Hello there, and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity gets cozy, science slows its footsteps, and the natural world is allowed to be as strange as it truly is. Tonight, we are travelling gently and quietly to an island that looks small enough on a map to be passed over by a sleepy finger, but large enough in reality to hold rainforests, deserts, limestone caves, high mountains, spiny woodlands, hidden rivers, and living creatures that seem to have arrived from a very patient imagination. That island is Madagascar. It sits off the southeastern coast of Africa, separated from the mainland by the Mozambique Channel, surrounded by warm ocean, shifting weather, and a long history of isolation. And because it has been isolated for so long, life there has been given time to experiment. Not in a laboratory with clipboards and bright lights, but in forests where leaves drip after midnight, in mossy valleys where small frogs called from places no person can easily reach, in dry thorn forests where insects hide beneath bark, and in mountain slopes where a creature might spend its whole life on one patch of damp ground smaller than a kitchen table. Madagascar is often described as a natural laboratory of evolution, which sounds impressive and official, though perhaps a little too tidy for a place where a chameleon can be smaller than your thumbnail. A lemur can move through the trees like a soft shadow with eyes, and a frog can make a sound that seems less like a frog and more like a tiny machine politely malfunctioning in the rain. This island is not tidy. It is not simple. It is not finished revealing itself. It is alive in layers, and many of those layers remain unseen. So tonight we are asking a gentle but rather exciting question. How can a place on Earth, in an age of satellites, smartphones, drones, databases, camera traps, and people posting pictures of lunch from every possible angle, still hide creatures no human has ever seen? It sounds almost impossible, doesn't it? We can look at the surface of Mars. We can track storms from space. We can measure tiny changes in the movement of the planet. We can count seconds with atomic clocks and send messages across oceans in less time than it takes to blink twice and wonder whether you left the kettle on. And yet, somewhere in Madagascar there may be a frog sitting on a leaf tonight that has never been named by science. There may be a beetle under a fallen branch that no researcher has ever collected. There may be a gecko pressed against bark so perfectly coloured, so still, so committed to being part of the tree that even a trained biologist could look straight at it and see only bark. That is part of the charm of this subject. It reminds us that the world is not fully catalogued. It is not all pinned, labelled, photographed, and filed away. Nature still has closed doors. Some of them are covered in vines. Some are hidden beneath soil. Some are so small that you could walk over them for years and never know they were there. Which, to be fair, is probably exactly how many small creatures prefer it. Fame is exhausting, especially if you are a beetle. Before we step into those forests, I would love to know where in the world you're listening from tonight. Are you in a city with traffic still murmuring outside the window? Are you somewhere quiet with rain against the glass? Are you already tucked under a blanket, listening from a room where the lights are low? And if Madagascar feels very far away from you, what kind of wild place is nearest to where you are? A park? A field? A line of trees beside a road? A garden where insects appear as soon as the evening cools? It is a nice thought, isn't it, that every listener may have some small piece of hidden nature nearby. Not necessarily a lemur in the cupboard, hopefully, because that would raise several practical questions, but perhaps a moth you have never noticed, a spider in the corner doing very serious spider business, or a bird outside whose life is as complicated to itself as ours feels to us. If you find this kind of slow journey soothing, or if you enjoy science that wanders gently rather than rushing in with a stopwatch and a loud jacket, I would be ever so grateful if you gave the video a like and maybe subscribed. It helps this quiet little corner of the internet reach other people who might also like to drift off while learning about forests, animals, deep time, and the very odd decisions evolution makes when left alone on an island for millions of years. and I do hope tonight's subject is interesting enough to keep a soft corner of your mind awake, but not so exciting that you suddenly sit upright at 2 a.m. and start searching for newly described Malagasy reptiles. Though if that does happen, at least you will be having a very specific kind of evening. So settle in. Let your shoulders drop. Let the day loosen its grip a little. We are not rushing across Madagascar. We are not hacking through the forest with dramatic music and a camera crew shouting about danger every 12 seconds. We are moving carefully, slowly, the way a field biologist might move at night with a headlamp, a notebook, and a growing suspicion that the leaf they have been staring at for 5 minutes has toes. Madagascar is one of those places where the word unique is not being used casually. Many of its animals and plants are found nowhere else on Earth. Scientists describe this as endemism, which simply means that a species lives naturally in one place and nowhere else. Madagascar is famous for this. Its lemurs, its chameleons, many of its frogs, geckos, insects, plants, and strange spiny forest creatures are not shared widely with the rest of the planet. They are local in the deepest possible sense. Their ancestors stayed, changed, adapted, and became something specific to that island. This happened because Madagascar has been separate from other land masses for an enormous stretch of time. When land is isolated, animals and plants on it do not mix as easily with populations elsewhere. Over many generations, small differences build. A lizard on one mountain becomes different from a lizard in a valley. A frog in one wet forest develops a different call from a frog across a ridge. An insect living on one plant becomes so tied to that plant that moving it elsewhere would be like asking someone who has lived their whole life in a quiet cottage to suddenly manage an airport. The island became a place where evolution could keep making local versions of life. Sometimes those versions grew larger, sometimes they grew smaller, sometimes they became colourful or quiet or nocturnal or excellent at pretending to be a leaf. Over time, Madagascar filled with species that do not fit neatly into what many people expect from the natural world. The island is not a museum, though it is often treated like one in documentaries. It is a working system, still changing, still producing surprises, still hiding more than it shows. Part of the reason creatures remain unseen is simple. Madagascar is large, much larger than many people imagine. It is the 4th largest island in the world, and moving through it is not like crossing a smooth floor. Roads can be difficult, forests can be dense, some regions are remote, some mountains hold isolated pockets of habitat, some places are wet, steep, muddy, and very good at convincing a tired scientist that perhaps tomorrow would also be an acceptable day to search for frogs. And then there is the scale of the creatures themselves. When people think of undiscovered animals, they often imagine something dramatic. A huge cat in the mist, a giant snake sliding through a river, a mysterious ape watching from a ridge. But many unknown species are not large. They're tiny. They're quiet. They live in leaf litter, under stones, in tree holes, inside rotting wood, along narrow streams, or high in the canopy. They may come out only at night. They may be active only after rain. They may live in one valley on one mountain, or in one patch of forest that most humans have never had a reason to enter. A scientist searching for them is not simply walking into the woods and waiting for an unknown creature to stroll out with a little name tag. Discovery often means listening closely, kneeling in mud, lifting leaves, checking branches, recording calls, comparing DNA, measuring bones, photographing scales, and sometimes realizing that two animals that look almost identical are actually separate species that have been quietly minding their own business for thousands or millions of years. That last point is important. A creature does not become new when humans discover it. It was already there. It had parents, food, habits, dangers, perhaps rivals, perhaps a favourite damp root, if frogs have such preferences. Science does not create the animal by naming it. It simply notices the animal and admits with some humility that the world was more detailed than our list. Madagascar is very good at exposing the limits of our lists. There are still species known only from a few specimens. There are animals photographed once or twice and not seen again for years. There are calls heard in the forest that may belong to frogs not yet formally described. There are insects so diverse that sorting them can feel like trying to organise grains of rice by personality. Even among better-known groups, discoveries continue. New frogs, new reptiles, new small mammals, new insects, and new plants are still being described from Madagascar and its surrounding habitats. This is not because scientists have been lazy. It is because the island is complicated, and life there has had a very long time to become specific. Imagine a rainforest at night. The air is warm but not still, leaves shift, water moves somewhere below. A field team walks slowly along a narrow path, headlamps making small circles of light in the darkness. The forest is not silent. It clicks, whistles, chirps, scrapes, hums, and drips. Some sounds come from insects, some from frogs, some from things that are never seen at all. The beam of a light passes over a branch, moves on, then returns. Something on the branch has eyes. Perhaps it is a gecko, flattened so tightly against the bark that its body seems designed by someone who had spent a great deal of time looking at bark and taking notes. Perhaps it is known. Perhaps it is not. The difference may depend on a scale pattern, a genetic sequence, a location, a call, or a detail so small that most people would never think to look for it. This is how hidden life works. It does not always hide by running away. Sometimes it hides by being ordinary to the eye. It hides by looking like something else. It hides by being active at inconvenient hours. It hides by living where people do not go. It hides by being one of many similar-looking creatures in a place where similarity can be misleading. To the casual observer, 2 brown frogs may look like 2 brown frogs, and perhaps not a very thrilling evening. To a herpetologist, they may be 2 branches of life separated by deep time, each with its own call, breeding habits, and tiny place in the forest. There is a quiet lesson in that. The world does not become less mysterious when we look closely. Often, it becomes more mysterious. A green wall of forest turns into individual trees. A tree turns into bark, moss, ants, orchids, beetles, fungi, lizards, eggs, and hidden tunnels. A patch of leaf litter becomes a city. A puddle becomes a nursery. A night sound becomes a clue. Madagascar's mystery is not only about what has never been seen. It is also about what has been seen but not understood. Some animals are known to local communities long before they are known to formal science. A creature may have a local name, a place in stories, or a known behaviour among people who live near it, while researchers from outside are still writing papers and trying to decide which Latin name should be attached to it. So when we say, no human has ever seen, we have to be careful. Sometimes we mean no scientist has recorded it. Sometimes we mean no one has recognised it as separate from something else. And sometimes, perhaps, we truly mean no human eyes have knowingly rested on it. Madagascar invites that carefulness. It reminds us that knowledge has many paths. A guide who can hear the difference between frog calls in the dark may notice what a visiting researcher misses. A farmer may know where a strange lizard appears after rain. A child may have seen an insect that no database contains. Science at its best does not ignore this. It listens, it checks, it compares, it learns from people who share the landscape with these creatures every day. The hidden animals of Madagascar also raise a more urgent thought. Some species may disappear before they are ever named. That is one of the harder truths behind the wonder. Forests are being cut. Habitats are changing. Fires, mining, agriculture, illegal logging, climate shifts, and poverty-driven pressures all affect the places where rare species live. A creature that exists only in one small patch of forest has very little room for error. If that patch is gone, the species may be gone with it. No dramatic farewell, no final photograph, just an absence where a living thing used to be. That is why discovery matters. Naming a species is not merely a scientific ceremony, it can help protect it. A named animal can appear in conservation plans, its range can be mapped, its threats can be described, its habitat can be valued more clearly. A creature without a name is not worthless, of course, but in the human systems that decide land use, funding and protection, being known can make a real difference. It is one of the strange responsibilities of science, to notice something clearly enough that other people can no longer pretend it is not there. There is something almost bedtime-like about this subject, even though it deals with mud, mosquitoes and the occasional alarming rustle in the bushes. It asks us to slow down. It asks us to accept that not everything announces itself. Some of the most important discoveries begin with patience. A small sound repeated in the dark, a movement on a leaf, a pattern on a scale, a scientist pausing, looking again, and saying, "Wait a moment, that is not what I thought it was," and perhaps that is why Madagascar feels so fitting for a quiet journey. It is not only a place of spectacular animals, though it certainly has those. It is a place of overlooked details, the kind of place where the smallest lives may carry the biggest surprises, where a creature can be rare not because it is magical or mythical, but because it is tiny, local, nocturnal, and very good at living beyond human attention. Tonight, we will move through that attention slowly. We will think about how the island became isolated, how its forests formed pockets of life, how lemurs, frogs, chameleons, geckos, insects, cave creatures, river animals, and plants all became part of one of the most unusual living systems on Earth. We will look at how scientists search for species, why some animals remain hidden, and why the race to find them is not only exciting but also deeply important. For now, imagine the island after sunset. The air cools slightly, the forest changes shifts, day animals settle, night animals begin. A lemur moves somewhere above, too softly to be seen. A chameleon grips a branch and becomes almost invisible. Frogs begin calling from wet leaves and hidden pools. Insects start their small electric music. Somewhere in the leaf litter, something moves that may already have a name. Nearby, something else may not. And so, we begin with the island itself, because before we can understand the creatures Madagascar still hides, we need to understand how a piece of land became separate enough, old enough, and varied enough to turn into one of Earth's greatest hiding places for life. Fact sources used for grounding. Madagascar's high endemism and vertebrate diversity estimates are supported by recent biodiversity reviews, while current threats include habitat clearing, overexploitation, climate pressure, and forest loss. To understand how Madagascar can still hide animals from us, it helps to begin with the island before it was an island. Not before it had trees or frogs or lemurs, but much farther back, when the land that would become Madagascar was locked inside a giant southern supercontinent called Gondwana. This was not Madagascar as we know it now. There were no tourist maps, no national parks, no lemurs watching the forest from high branches, and no researchers kneeling in the mud with tiny plastic tubes and very determined expressions. There was just land joined to land, part of a huge arrangement of continents that would later split, drift, collide, and rearrange the face of the planet. About 170 million years ago, Madagascar was still part of Gondwana, positioned among land masses that would eventually become Africa, South America, India, Australia, and Antarctica. Then the Earth's crust began doing what it has always done, very slowly and with absolutely no concern for anyone's future travel plans. Plates shifted, rifts opened, land began to separate. Madagascar, still connected with India for part of this long story, split away from Africa and South America, then later broke away from India and was left in the Indian Ocean. UC Berkeley's Understanding Evolution explains that Madagascar has been on its own for roughly 88 million years, which is a long time to be alone, even by island standards. 88 million years is difficult to picture. It is not just older than any human memory, it is older than humanity, older than most familiar mammals, older than the forests we know today, and old enough that entire groups of creatures had time to arrive, adapt, spread, vanish, and leave descendants that no longer looked much like the ones that first reached the island. If you set a clock ticking at the moment Madagascar became truly marooned, you would need a very patient clock, an extremely durable battery, and perhaps someone to check on it every few million years with a cup of tea. That separation changed everything. A continent is connected. It allows animals to move across wide areas. Populations mix. Predators arrive. Competitors arrive. Diseases arrive. A species in one place may spread elsewhere, meet relatives, compete with strangers, or be replaced. Islands are different. An island cuts down the traffic. Not completely, of course. Birds can fly, seeds can float, storms can carry insects, rafts of vegetation can move across channels, though that sounds more like a bad holiday than a sensible migration plan. But compared with a continent, an island limits who gets in and who gets out. Once Madagascar was alone, it became a place where small beginnings could become very large stories. A few ancestors arrived. Some may have been carried with the land itself before separation. Others came later, crossing ocean by chance, by flight, by floating wood, by storm, or by other rare events that sound impossible, until you remember that evolution has a very long schedule and does not mind waiting. UC Berkeley describes Madagascar's life as a mix of older lineages left by separation and later arrivals that dispersed to the island, with many groups then diversifying once they were there. That is one of the important ideas. Madagascar was not simply sealed like a jar and left unchanged. It was isolated, yes, but not frozen. Life did not stop at the shoreline. New arrivals still came, though not easily, and when they came, they found a land with many open spaces in the ecological sense. Fewer familiar competitors, fewer familiar predators, different plants, different climates, different rules. A small mammal reaching the island might find opportunities that its relatives on the mainland never had. A frog lineage might enter one wet forest and, over millions of years, spread into valleys, hillsides, streams and mountain pockets, each group slowly changing as if the island were asking them, very quietly, what else can you become? This is why Madagascar is sometimes called a natural laboratory of evolution. That phrase is useful, but it can make the place sound cleaner and more controlled than it is. A laboratory has benches and labels and people who know where the gloves are kept. Madagascar has mud, heat, steep trails, thorny plants, sudden rain, and animals that do not always appear just because someone has paid for a research permit. Still, the idea fits in one important way. Isolation gives evolution room to produce forms that would be less likely in a busy continental setting. On continents, many roles in nature are already filled. There are many predators, many grazers, many seed-eaters, many insect hunters, and many animals competing for the same meals and hiding places. But islands can begin with empty spaces in the web of life. If a lineage arrives and survives, its descendants may spread into those spaces. Over time, they may become several species, then many species, each shaped by a slightly different set of pressures. One may grow larger. Another may become smaller. One may move into trees. Another may live close to the ground. One may hunt at night. Another may become extremely good at pretending not to exist, which, in nature, is often a very sensible career choice. The story of lemurs is a good example, though we will spend more time with them later. Their ancestors were primates, but they did not arrive in Madagascar by walking across a bridge that humans could have used with a packed lunch. The evidence suggests that early lemur ancestors reached the island from Africa long after Madagascar had separated, likely by some rare dispersal event. Once there, with no monkeys or apes competing in the same way, lemurs diversified into many forms. UC Berkeley notes that lemurs split from other primates in Africa around 62 million years ago. and that their ancestors had dispersed to Madagascar by around 54 million years ago, after which the lineage diversified on the island. That is the kind of fact that sounds unlikely until you consider the time involved. If something has a 1 in a million chance of happening and nature has millions of years to work with, unlikely events start showing up to the party. They may arrive late, damp, confused, and clinging to a floating mat of vegetation, but they arrive. Once an animal reaches an island, it is not only separated from the mainland, it may also become separated within the island itself. This is where Madagascar becomes more than just one isolated landmass. It is not a flat green plate in the ocean. It has mountains, highlands, lowlands, wet eastern rainforests, dry western forests, southern spiny thickets, rivers, limestone formations, caves, coastal areas, and climate differences that change across distance and elevation. The Duke Lemurs Centre describes Madagascar as the 4th largest island in the world, with varied topography and regional climates that create a wide range of habitats. This matters because an island with one simple habitat may produce some unique life, but an island with many habitats can produce a great deal more. A population can spread, then become divided. A mountain ridge can separate one forest from another. A dry region can split wet habitats into pockets. A river can become a boundary. A valley can hold moisture when surrounding areas dry out. Over time, these divisions can isolate groups from one another. They may still belong to the same broad lineage, but they no longer meet often enough to remain the same species. Little by little they change. This is one reason Madagascar does not only hide creatures in the sense of keeping them physically out of sight, it also hides them in plain sight by making closely related animals that look very similar. A small brown frog in one valley may look almost identical to a small brown frog on a nearby mountain. To the untrained eye, they are simply 2 small brown frogs, and perhaps not worth delaying dinner over. But their calls may be different. Their genes may be different. Their breeding timing may be different. Their ancestors may have been separated long enough that they are 2 separate species, each occupying a narrow piece of the island's living map. The same can happen with geckos, insects, plants, and many other groups. In a place with rugged land and varied climates, species can become micro-endemic, meaning they may be found only in very small areas. Nature Index describes Madagascar's biodiversity as shaped by long isolation, complex topography, and climatic gradients, with examples of closely related lineages occupying nearby mountain blocks or forest fragments. That word, micro-endemic, is not especially cozy, but the idea behind it is fascinating. It means a creature's whole world may be tiny by our standards. It may not range across a country, or even across a whole forest. It may belong to one slope, one patch of humid woodland, one stream system, one limestone outcrop, or one highland pocket where the temperature, moisture, plants, and shelter are just right. To that creature, the place is not tiny. It is home. To science, it is a challenge. If no researcher has searched that exact area at the right season and the right time of night, that species may remain unknown. This is where the island's ancient separation becomes a modern secret. The secret is not only that Madagascar drifted away. The secret is that after drifting away, it became many smaller worlds inside one coastline. The east is not the west. The wet forest is not the spiny forest. The high mountain is not the low river valley. A creature adapted to one patch may not be able to cross into another. A frog that needs cool, damp leaf litter cannot simply decide to move through a dry region like someone changing buses. A chameleon adapted to one forest type may not thrive in another. A beetle tied to one plant may be as dependent on that plant as a person is on their morning routine, except the beetle probably complains less. Over millions of years, these separations repeat. A lineage arrives. It spreads. The land divides it into pockets. Climate shifts. Forests expand and contract. Rivers cut paths. Mountains hold moisture. Dry zones act as barriers. Groups change. Some vanish, some persist. Some become so specialised that they could be missed even by people who are trying to find them. That is one reason the idea of Madagascar as a secret is not just romantic language, it is practical. A secret can be created by distance, by time, by difficulty, and by detail. Madagascar has all four. It is far enough from major land masses to limit movement. It has been isolated long enough to allow deep evolutionary change. It contains landscapes that are difficult to cross and study, and it holds life forms so detailed, so local, and sometimes so small that noticing them requires close attention. Think about what this means for a scientist entering a remote part of the island. They are not entering a place that is unknown because it is blank. They are entering a place that may be crowded with information. Every tree, stream, leaf pile, rock face, and patch of moss may contain organisms with histories longer than human civilization. The challenge is not that there is nothing to see. The challenge is that there is too much, and much of it is small, hidden, or active when people are tired and mosquitoes are feeling ambitious. A rainforest path at night can seem quiet at first if you're not used to listening. Then the layers appear. One frog calls from the left, another answers from a lower branch. Insects make a steady background of clicks and trills. Something moves through leaves above, not loudly, just enough to make you look up. A gecko's eyes reflect in a headlamp beam. A moth lands on a sleeve. A researcher stops beside a stream, records a call, and looks carefully at the plants along the bank. The animal making the sound may be common. It may be known. It may also be something that has been calling there for generations without anyone from outside science recognizing it. The island's long isolation also changed the expectations of predators and prey. In some places, animals evolved without certain mainland pressures. Lemurs filled roles occupied elsewhere by monkeys or other mammals. Tenrecs, small mammals with a wide range of forms, took on lifestyles that can remind people of hedgehogs, shrews, or otters, though they are their own strange Malagasy story. Fossas, Madagascar's largest native carnivores, became key predators. Birds, reptiles, amphibians, insects, and plants all became part of systems that were not simply copied from Africa or Asia. The island built its own arrangements. That does not mean every creature there is ancient in the same way. Some lineages arrived later. Some are old residents. Some groups diversified rapidly. Some did not. Evolution does not work like a neat family tree drawn in one quiet afternoon. It is messier than that. It has missing branches, side roots, dead ends, surprising arrivals, and relatives that do not look like relatives at all. Madagascar's life is full of these complications, which is exactly why it keeps producing discoveries. There is also a useful difference between being unseen and being unrecognized. An animal may have been seen by local people for many years. It may even have a local name. It may appear in stories, observations, or everyday knowledge. Yet it may not have been formally described by science. Another animal may be collected once, placed in a museum, and later understood to be different only when DNA or careful comparison shows that it was not the species people thought it was. A third may truly have gone unnoticed because it lives in a place few humans visit. Madagascar can hide life in all these ways. This matters because discovery is not always a dramatic moment with a person shouting, "Aha!" into the trees, which would probably scare the wildlife and annoy everyone nearby. Often, discovery is slow. A sample is taken, a call is recorded, a photograph is compared, a specimen is measured, a genetic sequence is analysed, a researcher looks at old museum material, a pattern emerges. What seemed like one species turns into three. What seemed like a familiar frog becomes something new. What looked like an ordinary lizard turns out to belong to a separate lineage with a much smaller range. The land itself made that possible. If Madagascar had stayed connected to Africa, its story would have been different. Many animals might have mixed more freely with mainland relatives. Predators and competitors would have crossed more easily. Some Malagasy lineages may never have developed their unusual forms. If it had been smaller and simpler, there might have been fewer habitats, fewer isolated pockets, fewer evolutionary side rooms. But Madagascar was large enough to contain variety and isolated enough to let that variety build. That combination is powerful. Isolation alone can make species different. Habitat variety can make them many. Together they can turn an island into a place where discovery remains unfinished. More than 80% of Madagascar's species are found nowhere else, according to Nature Index, and the Duke Lemur Centre gives a similar figure of more than 85% for the island's mammals, reptiles, amphibians and plants. Numbers like that are impressive, but they can become too smooth if we say them quickly. More than 80% means that if you walk through a Malagasy forest and look closely enough, much of what you see belongs to that place in a very strict way. Not just rare, not just pretty, not just interesting, found nowhere else. The animal on the branch, the frog in the leaf litter, the plant beside the trail, the insect under bark, the lemur calling from the canopy, all may be part of a living inventory that the rest of the earth does not share. This is why loss in Madagascar is so serious. When a widespread species disappears from one forest, it may still survive elsewhere. That is bad enough. But when a micro-endemic species loses its only habitat, there may be no elsewhere. Its entire world can be removed by the loss of one forest fragment, one valley, one wet slope, one patch of trees that looks small on a map. The same isolation that created the island's remarkable life also makes some of that life extremely vulnerable. Still, before we move toward the urgency, it is worth staying for a while with the wonder. Not the vague kind of wonder that floats around without details, but the concrete kind. The kind that comes from knowing that a landmass moved away from other landmasses, sat alone in the Indian Ocean for tens of millions of years, received a handful of unlikely colonists, and let their descendants become lemurs, frogs, chameleons, geckos, tenrecs, birds, insects, plants, and many creatures still waiting for a name. That's a very specific kind of story. It is not a fairy tale. It is plate tectonics, climate, inheritance, mutation, selection, isolation, chance, and time. It is a continent breaking apart slowly enough that no creature noticed it happening. Then an island spending millions of years becoming stranger in small increments. One generation changes slightly, then another, then another. A population becomes separated. A forest shifts. A valley dries. A mountain remains wet. Calls change. Bodies change. Behaviors change. The differences become permanent. By the time humans arrived, Madagascar was already full of old secrets. Some were large enough to see clearly, like the now extinct elephant birds that once lived there. Some were hidden in the habits of lemurs and the shapes of plants. Others were tiny and quiet, waiting under leaves, inside bark, along streams, or high in the trees. Human arrival added another layer of story, with new pressures, new movements, new knowledge, and eventually scientific exploration. But the island's habit of hiding life began long before us. It began with separation. A crack in an ancient supercontinent, a drift across warm seas, a final break from India, a long period of isolation, mountains rising and wearing down, forests expanding and shrinking, animals arriving rarely, surviving sometimes, changing constantly. That is how Madagascar became not just an island, but a keeper of local lives. And when we say that Madagascar still hides creatures no human has ever seen, we are really saying that deep history is still active in the present. The old breakup of Gondwana is not just a fact in a geology book. It is there in the frog call from a ridge that has not been surveyed. It is there in the chameleon that lives only in one cool forest. It is there in the insect whose whole existence depends on a plant most people would walk past. The island broke away long ago, but the consequences are still moving quietly, under leaves and along branches. From that ancient separation, we can now move closer to the living cover that makes so many discoveries possible. The forests themselves, especially the wet eastern rainforests where rain, shade, height, and time have built one of the best hiding places on Earth. From that ancient separation, the island did not become one simple place. It became many places pressed together under one name, and among all of them, the eastern rainforests are some of the best at keeping secrets. If you picture Madagascar in your mind, you might imagine bright beaches first, or baobab trees standing with their thick trunks against a sunset, looking as though someone planted them upside down after a long and confusing afternoon. But along much of the island's eastern side, the land rises into green slopes that catch moist winds from the Indian Ocean. Rain falls often there, clouds gather around the hills, streams move through valleys, the forest grows dense, layered, and damp. This eastern rainforest belt is one of the main homes of Madagascar's most famous and most hidden species, including lemurs, frogs, chameleons, geckos, insects, birds, and plants that live nowhere else on Earth. Madagascar's high endemism and rainforest biodiversity are well documented, and researchers continue to describe new species from these habitats. A rainforest is not only a group of trees, it is a vertical neighbourhood. There is the forest floor, where leaves fall, soften, rot, and become home to fungi, ants, beetles, worms, frogs, and small reptiles. There is the understory, shaded and crowded with young trees, shrubs, vines, and broad leaves that hold drops of water after rain. There are trunks covered with moss, orchids, lichens, and small cracks, where geckos can flatten themselves until they look less like animals and more like a decision made by bark. Higher still, there is the canopy, where branches meet branches, flowers bloom out of easy reach, fruit appears and disappears, birds move through gaps, and lemurs cross from tree to tree without asking anyone's permission. For a human being walking on the ground, most of the rainforest is not directly available. We experience it from below, like guests standing in the lobby of a tall building, guessing what is happening on the upper floors. We may hear movement above us. We may see leaves shake. A seed may fall. A drop of water may land on the back of the neck with the precision of a tiny forest prank. But most of the life is not at eye level. It is above, beneath, behind, inside, or active only when the light is gone. That is one reason new names still come from these forests. Animals can remain unknown because they are high in the canopy, or low in the leaf litter, or because they appear only after heavy rain, or because they are so small that a person could be standing beside them for several minutes and never know they are there. A researcher may search the right forest in the wrong season and miss them. Another may arrive in the right season but at the wrong time of night. A third may find the animal but not realise at first that it is something new, because the creature looks almost exactly like another species already described. This last part is especially important in Madagascar. Many discoveries today do not begin with a huge animal stepping out of the shadows and surprising everyone. They begin with careful comparison, a frog call that is slightly different, a scale pattern that does not quite match, a genetic result that shows two similar-looking animals are not the same. A species can hide behind resemblance. It can sit in front of us wearing the face of something familiar, and science may need years before it says, politely but firmly, no, this is someone else. Think of a field team moving through a rainforest after sunset. Their headlamps make narrow pools of light. The path is slick, because rainforests are very committed to being damp. The air smells of wet leaves, soil, and living wood. Somewhere nearby, a stream is moving over stones. Frogs are calling, but not in one neat chorus. They call from different heights, different distances, and different hiding places. Some chirp, some whistle, some click. Some sound as though a tiny electronic device has been left in the bushes by mistake. In 2024, researchers reported 7 newly described tree frog species from Madagascar, whose high-pitched calls were compared to science fiction sound effects. And those frogs were found in rainforest habitats where related species can live close together but separated by altitude and microhabitat. That detail matters for our journey tonight, because it shows how new species may be divided not by great distances, but by small differences in where they live. One frog may prefer a certain elevation, another may use different vegetation near a stream, another may call from a slightly different part of the forest. To us, these are small distinctions. To the frog, they are the whole arrangement of life. A microhabitat is exactly what it sounds like, though the word itself has the energy of a textbook wearing sensible shoes. It means a small, specific environment inside a larger one. A rotting log is a microhabitat. The underside of a leaf is a microhabitat. A mossy rock beside a stream is a microhabitat. A tree hole filled with water is a microhabitat. If you are a human, these are details. If you're tiny, these are countries. A small frog may spend its life moving through damp leaves near a stream that dries less often than others. A chameleon may depend on a patch of low vegetation with the right temperature and cover. A beetle may need a particular kind of dead wood. A moth may depend on a plant that grows only under certain forest conditions. A gecko may live on a certain kind of tree trunk, where its pattern matches the bark well enough to fool predators and tired scientists. When life becomes that specific, the forest is no longer just forest. It is a map with countless little addresses, most of which we have not checked. This is why a single rainforest can hold more hidden variety than seems possible from outside. From an airplane, it might look like one continuous green surface. From the ground, it is a maze. From the point of view of a small animal, it is a set of separate rooms. A ridge may be too dry, a stream may be too wide, a gap in the trees may be too exposed. A warmer slope may not work for a species adapted to a cooler one. The distances are small to us, but not to them. A creature the size of a fingernail does not experience a mountain the way we do. It experiences a fallen branch as an event. Rain also helps the forest keep its secrets. It changes what is visible and what is active. After rain, frogs may call more loudly. Snails and insects may appear. The leaf litter may shift with small movement. Tracks wash away. Smells change. Water fills hollows and creates temporary pools. Some animals emerge because moisture protects their skin. Others hide because predators are moving. A field survey in dry conditions may produce one list of species. A survey after several nights of rain may produce another. The forest does not show all of itself at once. It reveals different pages depending on weather, season, temperature, moonlight, and patience. And patience is a very real tool in rainforest science. It may not look as dramatic as a microscope or a drone, but it may be just as necessary. Someone has to wait quietly beside a stream to record a frog call. Someone has to look at the same branch from a different angle. Someone has to return to a site again and again, because the animal was not there the first time, or the second time, or was there but chose not to make the situation convenient. Nature has never signed a contract agreeing to appear during scheduled working hours. The trees themselves create another layer of difficulty. Madagascar's rainforests are rich in plant life, and many animals are tied to plants in ways that are not obvious at first glance. A plant can provide food, shelter, egg-laying sites, camouflage, moisture, or a hunting place. When a plant is rare or local, the animal that depends on it may also be rare or local. A small insect might be found only where its host plant grows. A bird may follow fruiting patterns through the forest. A lemur may feed on flowers or leaves from specific trees. A frog may call from plants along a certain kind of stream bank. The forest is not a stage with animals moving across it. It is part of their body's requirements. This is why the phrase, "the trees still whisper new names," can be understood in a very practical way. New species are not floating separately from the forest. They are attached to it, often in specific relationships. A name may come from a frog calling from a leaf. It may come from a gecko resting on a trunk. It may come from an insect living inside wood. It may come from a plant that was mistaken for a known species until someone studied its flowers or genes carefully. The forest does not whisper in words, of course. That would be alarming, especially after midnight. It whispers through evidence, calls, shapes, behaviour, DNA, location, timing, and the careful notes of people willing to listen. Some of the most fascinating discoveries are cryptic species. A cryptic species is not a mysterious species wearing a cape. It is a species that looks so similar to another that the difference is hard to see, even though the two are distinct. Madagascar has many situations where animals once grouped together later turn out to be several separate species. This happens often with frogs and reptiles, and it is one reason the number of known species keeps changing. The Duke Lemur Centre notes that new frog species continue to be found in Madagascar, and that the number of recognised frog species almost doubled in 2009. That does not mean someone walked into the forest one morning and found twice as many frogs sitting in a neat row. It means science got better at telling them apart. Researchers used calls, body measurements, distribution, and genetic tools to separate what had been blurred together. This is a quieter kind of discovery, but in some ways it is more revealing. It tells us that even when we think we know a place, we may only know its rough outline. Imagine looking at a bookshelf from across a room. At first, you may see rows of books. Then you step closer and see titles. Then you notice editions, notes in margins, bookmarks, old receipts tucked between pages, and one book you have apparently owned for years without remembering why. Madagascar's rainforests are like that. From far away, green. From closer, species. From closer still, lineages, microhabitats, calls, behaviours, and hidden differences that change the whole story. The canopy remains one of the most difficult parts of that bookshelf to read. Many rainforest species live above the ground, and reaching them can be dangerous, slow, and expensive. Canopy research may involve climbing, ropes, platforms, drones, or careful observation from below. But even with modern tools, the upper forest is not easy to survey. It is a world of broken views. Leaves block sight. Animals move quickly. Some freeze when they hear disturbance. Others are active at night, when height becomes even more awkward. It is one thing to spot a small animal on a branch at chest level. It is another to notice one 15 meters above you while rain is falling into your eyelashes. At the same time, the forest floor is not exactly simple. Leaf litter can be deep, wet, and full of movement. Many tiny animals live there, and some are extremely well camouflaged. Dwarf chameleons of the genus Brookesia, for example, are famous for being small, ground-dwelling, and difficult to notice. Some Malagasy chameleons are miniaturized and restricted to very small ranges, with species sometimes known from only a few square kilometers. When an animal is that small and that local, it can hide not by being clever in a human sense, but by being exactly where humans rarely look closely enough. A person may step through the forest and see mud, leaves, and roots. A Brookesia chameleon may be a few centimeters away, moving slowly through the leaf litter, coloured like a dry leaf, behaving with the confidence of something that knows speed is not its main talent. At night, some researchers search for these chameleons while they sleep on low vegetation, because their pale bodies may stand out more in a headlamp beam. This is one of those practical field techniques that sounds strange until you remember that finding tiny camouflaged reptiles during the day is rather like looking for a brown button in a bowl of brown buttons, except the bowl is a rainforest and some of the buttons have legs. Rainforests also hide animals through sound. We often think of discovery as seeing. A new species is spotted, photographed, held, measured. But in amphibian work, sound can be a clue as important as sight. Frogs call to attract mates, and closely related species may have different calls. A researcher hearing an unfamiliar call may suspect there is something worth investigating. The animal may be hard to find, but the sound points toward it. Sometimes the call comes from high vegetation, sometimes from near water, sometimes from a place that seems to contain no frog at all, which is rude but not unusual. In dense forest, sound travels in complicated ways. Water noise can mask calls, insects create background noise, leaves absorb and scatter sound. A frog may call, stop when approached, then begin again when the researcher has moved away, as if taking part in a very small and unhelpful game. Recording equipment helps, but someone still has to be there. Someone still has to know which sounds are ordinary and which are not. Someone still has to follow a call through wet plants in the dark and avoid placing a hand on anything too spiny, slippery, or personally opposed to being touched. This is why local knowledge can be so valuable. People who live near forests may know where certain animals appear, when rains bring particular calls, which paths remain passable, which streams hold water, and which places are avoided for practical or cultural reasons. Formal science and local experience do not always use the same words, but they often observe the same living world. A guide who has walked a forest since childhood may notice details no visiting researcher could learn in a week. In a place like Madagascar, where many species are local and seasonal, that knowledge can be the difference between searching and finding. There is also the matter of naming. When a new species is described, it receives a scientific name, and that name enters papers, databases, museum records, conservation assessments, and field guides. But before that moment, the creature may already have had a local name, or it may have been grouped with another animal, or it may have been known only as a sound. The scientific name is not the beginning of its existence. It is the beginning of its formal place in one kind of human record. This can be humbling. We often speak as though species are discovered by science alone, but many are first encountered through a chain of knowledge. Local observers, guides, previous collectors, museum curators, field biologists, geneticists, taxonomists, conservation workers, and sometimes people who simply noticed something unusual and mentioned it. Discovery is less like one person lifting a curtain and more like many people slowly turning up the light. Still, even with all this effort, the rainforest remains difficult. It is alive in too many directions. It changes after storms, trails vanish under growth, landslides reshape slopes, rivers rise, forest fragments become isolated. Some areas are politically, logistically, or physically hard to reach. Research funding is limited. Taxonomic work takes time. There are far more insects, fungi, plants, and small invertebrates than there are specialists able to study them. It is entirely possible for an unknown species to sit in a museum drawer for years before someone has the time and expertise to recognize it properly. The hidden life of the rainforest is not only in animals that run, crawl, hop, or cling. It is also in plants, fungi, and invertebrates that most people never learn to identify. A tree species may be rare. An orchid may flower briefly. A fungus may appear after certain rain. A beetle may depend on decaying wood at a particular stage. A spider may hunt in a way that seems unlikely until someone watches closely. Madagascar is home to a huge diversity of insects, and many of those smaller lives are still poorly known compared with larger, more charismatic animals. Charismatic is a funny word in conservation. It usually means an animal that humans find appealing enough to put on posters. Lemurs are charismatic, chameleons are charismatic. Tiny frogs are charismatic if they are colourful, or have large eyes and do not resemble something found under a refrigerator. Beetles have a harder time, though many are extraordinary. Flies, wasps, spiders, mites, and soil animals have to work very hard for public relations, despite doing important jobs in ecosystems. The rainforest does not care which animals look good on a t-shirt. It needs the small, overlooked workers too. Those small lives can tell us a great deal about the health of the forest. Amphibians, for example, are often sensitive to moisture, temperature, and environmental change, which makes them useful indicators of shifting conditions. The Duke Lima Centre notes the importance of amphibian diversity in understanding climate effects because amphibians depend closely on precipitation and weather patterns. If a rainforest becomes drier, warmer, more fragmented, or more polluted, small species may respond quickly. Their disappearance may be one of the first signs that something is wrong, and something is wrong in many places. Madagascar's forests face pressure from agricultural expansion, illegal logging, climate change, and deforestation, among other threats. WWF describes these pressures as current threats to critical landscapes in Madagascar, including major forest blocks. This makes the search for hidden species both exciting and uneasy. There is joy in finding a frog no one had named before. There is also worry in realizing that its habitat may already be shrinking. There is wonder in discovering a chameleon restricted to a tiny range. There is also the practical question of whether that range will still exist decades from now. This is one of the hardest truths in modern field biology. Researchers are not exploring untouched worlds that will wait patiently until humans are ready to understand them. They're often working in landscapes changing faster than species can be studied. A creature may be discovered and placed immediately into concern because its forest is small, damaged, or vulnerable. New names may arrive with warning labels attached. Even so, naming is not hopeless. It can help. A formally described species can be included in conservation planning. Its range can be mapped. Its habitat can be considered in protected area decisions. Its status can be assessed. People can talk about it clearly. A species without a formal description can still be protected as part of a habitat, but a name gives it a sharper outline in the human world. It becomes harder to overlook, at least in theory. Nature may not need our paperwork, but conservation often does. Picture a researcher returning from the field with recordings, photographs, tissue samples, notes, GPS points, and perhaps the kind of tiredness that makes a chair look like a luxury resort. The work is not finished when they leave the forest. In some ways, it is just beginning. Calls must be analysed, specimens compared, DNA sequenced, old descriptions checked, museum collections consulted, maps prepared, papers written, other experts contacted. The process can take months or years. By the time a new name appears in a scientific journal, the original night in the forest may be long past, but the animal has not been waiting for publication. It has been living. That simple fact is worth holding on to. The rainforest does not become real because we name it. Its creatures do not begin when they enter databases. They have their own lives, complete with hunger, mating, hiding, growing, escaping, resting, and doing whatever tiny creatures do with their evenings. A frog does not know it belongs to a species complex. A gecko does not care whether its genus is under taxonomic revision. A beetle is not waiting for peer review. It is probably under bark, which is a sensible place to be during peer review, or most other human activities. Madagascar's rainforests still whisper new names, because they contain more detail than a brief visit can capture. They contain animals that are small, local, seasonal, nocturnal, camouflaged, cryptic, and sometimes separated by tiny ecological differences. They contain canopy worlds we rarely reach, and forest floor worlds we rarely examine carefully enough. They contain relationships between plants and animals that can take years to understand. They contain local knowledge and scientific questions meeting in the same green shade. As night deepens in such a forest, the human sense of scale begins to loosen. A fallen leaf becomes a roof for something. A drop of water becomes a drinking source. A branch becomes a road. A tree hollow becomes a nursery. A mossy rock becomes a hunting ground. The whole forest is full of rooms inside rooms, and many doors are too small for us to enter. We can only kneel beside them, listen, look carefully, and accept that the world has been busy without us. And somewhere in those wet forests the lemurs move above the survey paths, sometimes seen, sometimes heard, sometimes only suggested by leaves shifting in the dark. They are not usually the animals we imagine as undiscovered, because lemurs are among Madagascar's most famous residents. Yet even they belong to the same hidden system of isolation, forest pockets, local adaptation, and disappearing habitat. Their story brings us from the smallest calls in the rain to the larger shapes moving through the canopy, where familiar animals still carry unfamiliar questions. And above those paths, in the damp air where branches meet and leaves hold the last of the rain, Madagascar's most famous animals begin to turn the forest into a living ceiling. Lemurs are often the first creatures people think of when they imagine the island, and that makes sense. They are not just animals that live in Madagascar, they are one of the clearest signs that Madagascar is not like anywhere else. Every wild lemur species lives naturally on this one island and its nearby smaller islands, and nowhere else on Earth. More than 100 species and subspecies are recognised today, though the exact number can change as scientists revise names, study DNA, and argue politely in journals, which is one of science's quieter but more persistent mating calls. A lemur is a primate, which means it is related to monkeys, apes, and us, though it took a very different route through history. The ancestors of lemurs likely reached Madagascar long after the island had separated from Africa, perhaps by rafting across the sea on floating vegetation after storms. That sounds unlikely, and it is. But unlikely is not the same as impossible when millions of years are available. A small group arrives, survives, finds a land without monkeys and apes, and slowly its descendants spread into the forests, dry woodlands, bamboo stands, high canopies, and night shadows. Given enough time, one arrival becomes many forms. Some leap sideways through the trees with long legs, some creep slowly at night with large eyes, some sing through the forest in voices that can carry for miles, some tap on wood with a thin finger, listening for insect larvae inside as if asking the tree a very private question. Lemurs are familiar enough to appear on postcards, nature programs, toys, logos, and schoolwork sheets. But familiarity can be misleading. It can make us feel that we already know them. A ring-tailed lemur with its striped tail held high in the sun is easy to recognize. An indri calling from the rainforest canopy is hard to forget once you hear it. A sifaka moving across the ground in sideways hops looks so unusual that even a serious person may suddenly become less serious. But the lemur world is not only made of the famous faces, it is also made of small, quiet, nocturnal animals that weigh less than a cup of tea, hide in tangled vegetation, sleep in tree holes, and move through the dark with eyes made for catching the faintest light. Those small lemurs bring us closer to the question of hidden creatures. When people imagine undiscovered primates, they might picture a large animal in a remote forest, something dramatic and upright and slightly offended by camera traps. But in Madagascar, the lemurs most likely to remain poorly understood are usually not large animals. They are mouse lemurs, dwarf lemurs, sportive lemurs, and other small nocturnal forms that can be very difficult to tell apart. Many are brown or grey, with large eyes, soft fur, and bodies designed for moving quietly through branches after dark. To the casual viewer, one mouse lemur may look very much like another mouse lemur, which is fair, because from a mouse lemur's point of view, many humans probably look like tall mammals holding lights and making unnecessary noise. Mouse lemurs are especially important here. They belong to the genus Microcebus, and they are among the smallest primates in the world. Some are only a few inches long in the body, not counting the tail. They are nocturnal, quick, and often hard to identify by appearance alone. For a long time, scientists recognized only a small number of mouse lemur species. Then, as field surveys expanded and genetic methods improved, the number grew. In 2016, researchers described 3 new mouse lemur species from Madagascar, bringing the recognized number at that time to 24, and noting that only 2 species had been recognized about 20 years earlier. That is a remarkable change. It does not mean that new mouse lemurs suddenly appeared in the forest with fresh labels. perhaps after a committee meeting among the branches. They were already there. What changed was our ability to separate them. Genetic testing, better maps, call recordings, field observations and more detailed comparisons helped reveal that animals once treated as one species were actually several different lineages. This is one of the quiet revolutions in modern biology. The hidden creature is not always hidden behind a mountain. Sometimes it is hidden inside a category that is too broad. This is why the phrase, "the ones we haven't met yet," needs to be handled carefully. It is not very likely that a new large day-active lemur is waiting in an obvious place, swinging from branches and somehow avoiding everyone's attention while wearing the primate equivalent of a bright jacket. Madagascar has been studied by many researchers, and large animals are harder to overlook. But a small nocturnal lemur living in a remote forest fragment, or a population that looks like a known species but has a distinct genetic history, is a different matter. That kind of hidden diversity can still come into focus. The forest helps such animals stay unnoticed. A mouse lemur may emerge after dark, move along small branches, feed on fruit, flowers, insects, gum, or other foods depending on the species and habitat, then disappear into a tree hole before morning. If a researcher surveys during the day, the animal may as well be a rumour. Even at night, seeing one clearly may require a headlamp, patience, local guidance, and a willingness to walk slowly while the forest floor tries to attach itself to your boots. A quick flash of eyeshine in the branches may be enough to say, there is a lemur there, but not enough to say exactly which one. For that, scientists may need careful trapping, measurements, tissue samples, photographs, and comparison with known populations, and even then the work can be complicated. In recent years, some researchers have raised questions about how many mouse lemur species should be recognised and how to define species when populations are genetically different but look very similar. A 2025 study in Nature Ecology and Evolution focused on mouse lemurs as a cryptic primate group endemic to Madagascar and examined how integrative taxonomy can clarify their evolution and classification. That phrase, integrative taxonomy, sounds as though it might involve a conference room and a very large spreadsheet, and in a way it does. It means using several kinds of evidence together: DNA, appearance, geography, behaviour, ecology, and sometimes sound. One line of evidence may not be enough. Several together can tell a stronger story. This is important because naming species is not just a matter of collecting more names, it affects conservation. If one widespread species is actually several local species, then each may have a smaller range than previously thought. A smaller range can mean greater risk. A forest fragment that seemed to hold a population of a common species may actually hold the only known population of a very local one. Suddenly, a patch of trees becomes much more important. It is no longer just habitat. It is the entire known home of a lineage. Lemurs also show how Madagascar hides life through behaviour. Many species are active at night. Nocturnal animals are not impossible to study, but they require different methods. Human beings are not naturally ideal night researchers. We get sleepy. We trip over roots. We misjudge mud. We become emotionally attached to dry socks. Lemurs, on the other hand, are often very comfortable in darkness. Large eyes help gather light. Sensitive hearing helps them detect movement. Some move quietly through the canopy, feeding while the daytime forest rests. The Ai is one of the strangest examples. It is a nocturnal lemur with large ears, continuously growing front teeth, and an extremely thin middle finger used to tap on wood and extract grubs. It is one of those animals that makes evolution seem both brilliant and slightly eccentric. The Ai listens for hollow spaces in branches, gnaws openings with its teeth, and uses that long finger to fish out insect larvae. If you had never seen one and someone described it to you at dinner, you might think they were inventing it to see how polite you would remain. The Ai is known to science, of course. but it reminds us that even known lemurs can feel almost undiscovered when their habits are hidden. A creature can be famous in pictures and still difficult to observe in the wild. A photograph freezes the face. It does not show the hours of darkness, the range of movement, the tree choices, the feeding decisions, the local beliefs surrounding it, or the pressures on its habitat. Knowing a name is not the same as knowing a life. Other lemurs make themselves known by sound rather than sight. The Indri, the largest living lemur, is famous for its loud calls, which rise through the rainforest like a signal from the canopy. Those calls help groups communicate and maintain territories. A person may hear Indri long before seeing them, and sometimes may not see them at all. Sound travels through forest in a way bodies do not. It can pass over slopes, through leaves, and across valleys. In misty forest, the animal may remain hidden while its voice fills the air. For sleep narration, it would be tempting to treat that sound as simply beautiful, and it is, but it is also practical. A call says this space is occupied. It helps group members stay connected. It carries information. In the field, calls can help researchers locate animals, estimate presence, and distinguish groups. Many lemur species use vocal communication in important ways, though not all are as dramatic as the Indri. Some calls are quiet, some are alarm calls, some are contact calls. Some are probably saying things that, if translated, would be very useful to science and possibly disappointing to anyone hoping for deep wisdom. There is fruit here is not poetry, but it matters a great deal if you are hungry. Mist, rain, and dense vegetation all change how lemurs are seen. In a rainforest, visibility can be limited to a few meters. Branches overlap, leaves move, light is filtered and green. An animal may be above you, but if it stays still, you may not notice it. Lemurs are not invisible, but forests are very good at breaking a body into pieces. A tail becomes a line, a face becomes a pale shape behind leaves, a hand grips a branch and is gone. A group may pass overhead and leave only falling debris and the feeling that something important has just happened out of view. In the dry forests and spiny forests, the hiding works differently. There may be less dense green cover, but camouflage, heat, seasonal activity and scattered habitat create their own challenges. Ring-tailed lemurs are more visible than many species because they spend time on the ground and live in groups. Sifakas can be easier to spot when they move through open branches. But even in drier habitats, small nocturnal lemurs remain difficult. They may shelter in tree holes, vine tangles, or nests. During the day, they are not interested in being discovered. They are sleeping, which is a perfectly respectable activity, and one we should all support in spirit. Dwarf lemurs add another interesting layer. Some enter torpor or hibernation-like states to survive seasonal shortages, slowing their metabolism and spending long periods inactive. This means that even if a species is present, it may not be equally detectable all year. A survey during one season may miss animals that another survey would find. Madagascar's climates vary strongly by region and season, and lemur behaviour can follow those patterns. Hidden life is not only about where to look, it is also about when. Lemur discovery has also been shaped by museum collections. Sometimes a specimen collected in the past is later re-examined with new tools. A skull, a skin, a tissue sample, or a note from an old expedition may become important decades later. Museum drawers can hold surprises because earlier scientists often worked with limited methods. They described what they could see. Today, researchers can compare DNA, analyse statistics more carefully, map distributions with greater precision, and revisit old assumptions. In that sense, some of Madagascar's hidden creatures are not only in the forest, they are also in collections, waiting for someone to notice that the label is not the full story. This may sound less romantic than misty rainforest, but it is just as real. A new understanding of a species can begin under fluorescent lights, with a researcher measuring a specimen while trying not to spill coffee on irreplaceable material. Science is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is quiet, careful, and done by someone who has been staring at teeth for 3 hours. There is another reason lemurs can feel partially hidden even when known. Many live in forests that are shrinking or fragmented. Madagascar's lemurs are considered one of the most threatened groups of mammals on Earth. The IUCN reported in 2025 that 98% of lemur species face extinction risk, with more than 30% listed as critically endangered. Those numbers are difficult to sit with. They mean that the story of lemurs is not only a story of discovery, it is also a story of urgency. The threats are not simple. Habitat loss is a major one, but habitat loss can come from several pressures: slash and burn agriculture, logging, charcoal production, mining, fires, and the needs of people living in poverty. It is easy to talk about conservation as if the solution is only to protect animals from people. But real conservation in Madagascar must also consider human communities. People need food, fuel, land, income, and security. A forest cannot be protected for long if the people living near it are asked to carry all the cost and receive none of the benefit. The future of lemurs depends not only on biology, but on fairness, livelihoods, governance, education, and local leadership. That may seem like a large turn from a small primate in a tree, but the connection is direct. A mouse lemur's survival may depend on whether a forest fragment remains standing. A forest fragment may depend on whether nearby families have alternatives to cutting trees for fields or fuel. A protected area may depend on whether local people are included in decisions. A scientific discovery may depend on whether a site still exists when researchers arrive. The hidden lemur and the human village are not separate stories placed side by side. They share the same landscape. This is why meeting a species can be bittersweet. Imagine researchers identifying a distinct lemur population in a small forest. There is excitement, of course. A new branch of the primate family tree has come into focus. But then comes the map. How much forest remains? Is it protected? Are there corridors to other habitat? Is the population large enough? Are people hunting there? Is the climate changing the resources? Is the forest already cut into pieces? A discovery can feel like opening a door and finding someone standing in a room that is slowly filling with smoke. Still, there are reasons to keep looking. Every new species or clarified population teaches us how evolution worked on the island. It shows where conservation should focus. It can bring attention to overlooked forests. It can involve local researchers, guides, students, and communities. It can make an invisible animal visible in policy, education, and funding. A lemur does not need a Latin name to have value, but in the systems humans use to protect places, a name can help. The question of unknown lemurs also teaches a broader lesson about Madagascar. The island's biggest mysteries are not always monsters in unexplored valleys. They may be small differences between similar animals. They may be populations separated by old rivers or ridges. They may be animals known by local people but not yet described in scientific literature. They may be species seen many times but misunderstood. The hidden world is not always far away. Sometimes it is right in front of us, asking for closer attention. Picture a misty morning in the rainforest. The night animals have returned to their shelters. Water drips from leaves. Somewhere high up, an injury group begins to call. The sound moves through the trees and across the slope. A researcher on a trail stops writing for a moment and listens. A guide listens too, perhaps already knowing which group it is, where they usually travel, which trees they favour. Below them, in a hollow, a mouse lemur sleeps through the daylight, curled in safety, unknown to the morning walkers. Not necessarily unknown to science, but unknown to that moment. Hidden by habit, size, and timing. That is how the forest can hold different levels of knowledge at once. The loud lemur in the canopy is known by voice. The sleeping lemur in the hollow is known only if someone has studied that exact place. A similar mouse lemur in another forest may be genetically distinct. A sportive lemur on a nearby ridge may belong to a narrow range. A dwarf lemur may be inactive in a tree cavity for part of the year. a population may be named next year or revised later, or found to be part of a broader species after all. Science moves slowly because life is complicated, and lemurs have made a very strong case for complication. For the listener drifting towards sleep, lemurs offer a comforting kind of strangeness. They're close enough to us to feel recognisable, with hands, faces, social bonds, mothers carrying young, eyes that seem to hold attention. But they are also different enough to remind us that primates did not have to become us, or monkeys, or apes. On Madagascar, primates became singers in the canopy, sideways dancers, night foragers, bamboo specialists, tiny treehole sleepers, and finger-tapping insect hunters. There became a whole set of answers to the question, what can a primate be if left on an island with time, forests, and enough room to try unusual things? And there may still be answers we have not fully heard. Not necessarily a large new lemur leaping across a trail at noon, though nature is under no obligation to follow our expectations. More likely the hidden answers are quiet, a population in a remote fragment, a nocturnal form that looks familiar until its genes are read, a call pattern not matched to a known animal, a museum specimen that changes the map, a local report that leads researchers into a forest at the right season, a small primate watching a headlamp pass below, then continuing with its night as if human knowledge were not the main event, which, of course, it is not. Lemurs were living their lives long before anyone described them, filmed them, classified them, or worried over their future. The best thing science can do is notice carefully and help keep the conditions for those lives intact. The mist, the branches, the fruiting trees, the sleeping holes, the roots between forest patches, the quiet places where a mother can carry young, the night paths of mouse lemurs, the morning calls of Indri, the dry forest tracks of ring-tailed groups, all of these are part of the same living system. As we leave the larger shapes in the trees and lower our attention again toward the wet leaves and stream edges, the island becomes even more crowded with hidden voices. Because if lemurs show us how a familiar animal can still hold secrets, Madagascar's frogs show us how a whole world can be concealed in sound, moisture, and the darkness after rain. As we leave the larger shapes in the trees and lower our attention toward wet leaves, mossy stones and the edges of narrow streams, Madagascar becomes a world of smaller voices. Some are so soft that a person walking too quickly would miss them entirely. Some are so high and sharp that they sound less like frogs and more like tiny instruments being tested in the dark. Some come from places where the animal itself cannot be seen, only guessed at somewhere under a leaf, behind a root, or tucked into a plant above running water. Frogs are among Madagascar's best secret keepers. They are not usually large. They do not stride across trails with the confidence of lemurs. They do not turn their heads slowly like chameleons, as if judging your outfit. Many of them are small enough to sit on a fingertip, coloured like leaves, bark, moss, mud, or little pieces of polished fruit. Some are active mainly at night. Some appear only after rain. Some live in streams where the sound of water covers their calls. Some spend long periods hidden underground, inside crevices, or in places so specific that even finding the right patch of habitat is a challenge. And yet, frogs can give themselves away by sound. In a rainforest at night, your first sense of them may not be sight, but listening. The darkness is full of calls. A low note from near the ground, a sharp click from a leaf, a whistle from above the stream, a trill that seems to come from one direction, and then, after you take 3 careful steps, somehow comes from somewhere else entirely. Frogs are excellent at this. They can be small, damp, and difficult to locate, but they are not always quiet. When males call, they are advertising themselves to potential mates, marking their place in the crowded night, and sometimes making the field researcher's job both easier and more ridiculous. Easier because the sound says, there is a frog here. Ridiculous because here may turn out to mean under a leaf you have already checked twice, or 3 meters above your head, or beside a stream where every rock looks like every other rock, and your socks have given up hope. Madagascar is especially rich in frogs. A University of Copenhagen report from 2024 notes that the island is home to about 9% of the world's frog species, and researchers working there say there are still several hundred frog species that have not yet been described. The same report says one research team had described around 100 new species from the island in the previous 10 years. That is not a small hidden corner of biology. That is a whole library still being catalogued, except the books are jumping, calling, and occasionally refusing to sit still for photographs. One reason frogs remain hidden is that frog diversity in Madagascar is not always obvious at a glance. Many species are not separated by dramatic size, bright colours, or large differences in body shape. Some are separated by call, genetics, habitat, altitude, and behaviour. Two frogs may look similar enough that a tired person under a headlamp would not notice much difference. But one may call with a fast series of high notes, while another calls more slowly. One may live along loud mountain streams. Another may prefer a quieter seep. One may be found at a lower elevation. Another higher up, where the temperature and vegetation change. To human eyes, the difference can seem small. To a frog, it is the arrangement of life. This is where nighttime discovery becomes careful work. A researcher may stand beside a stream with a recorder, trying to capture calls over the rush of water. The equipment matters, but so does the ear. Frogs call in patterns. A call has length, pitch, rhythm, repetition, and sometimes tiny details that are hard to hear without analysis. Those details may be the clue that one frog is not the same as another. A hidden species may first appear not as a body and a hand, but as a sound wave on a screen. In 2024, an international team described 7 new species of tree frogs from the genus Bufes in Madagascar's rainforests. These frogs made high-pitched bird-like whistling sounds, and the researchers named them after captains from Star Trek, because the calls reminded them of science fiction sound effects. The frogs live along fast-flowing mountain streams, and the researchers explained that their high-pitched whistles help them stand out above the noise of rushing water. It is a useful reminder that nature does not need to sound the way we expect. Not every frog croaks in the familiar pond at evening manner. Some whistle, some trill, some produce sounds that make you wonder whether someone has dropped a small electronic device into the vegetation. There is something gently funny about that. A person goes into a remote rainforest expecting ancient mysteries, and one of the mysteries sounds a bit like a tiny spaceship calling from a wet branch. But behind the humour is a serious point. The calls were not just charming. They helped researchers tell the frogs apart from similar species. The Copenhagen report notes that the frog's appearance had caused confusion with similar species, but their distinctive high-pitched whistles, supported by genetic analysis, allowed the team to separate them. In other words, the frogs were not discovered simply because they were seen. They were discovered because they were heard correctly. That is a very important difference. A rainforest can hide animals from the eye while announcing them to the ear, but only if someone knows how to listen. A frog call may be brief. It may happen only during the breeding season. It may happen after rain, at a certain temperature, or in the hours when most humans would prefer to be asleep. If no one is there at the right time, the species remains unrecorded. Not absent, not imaginary, just unnoted. This is one reason Madagascar can still hide creatures no human has ever seen, or no scientist has formally recognised. The forest does not reveal all species every night. Some frogs are tied closely to seasonal rains. Some breed in temporary pools. Some call for only a short part of the year. Some remain underground or hidden outside their breeding period. The harlequin mantella kawani, for example, is described by the Darwin Initiative as an endangered amphibian restricted to a handful of central highland sites. Researchers found that it is observed only during a small part of the year, and its remote, rocky habitat makes study difficult. That is a known species, but its behaviour shows the problem clearly. If a known frog can be so difficult to study, an unknown one has plenty of room to remain unnoticed. Imagine trying to survey a place like that. You must choose the right region, the right season, the right weather, the right hour, and sometimes the right patch of ground. Too early, and the frogs may not have emerged. Too late, and the breeding activity may be over. Too dry, and the calls may stop. Too much water, and the stream may be too loud. Too little time, and you may record the common species but miss the rare one calling only a few nights each year. It is not like opening a drawer and counting spoons. It is more like trying to hear one quiet instrument in an orchestra, while the orchestra is playing in a rainstorm and the instrument is hiding under a leaf. Frog skin adds another layer to the story. Amphibians are closely tied to moisture because their skin can absorb water and exchange gases. This makes many frogs sensitive to drying conditions, pollution, temperature changes and shifts in rainfall. It also means they often live in damp places that are not always easy for humans to reach. Steep stream beds, wet ravines, mossy rocks, flooded leaf litter, and muddy forest edges are all good places for frogs, and less good places for people who enjoy clean trousers. A small frog may spend the day hidden in leaf litter, emerging at night to feed on insects. Another may cling to vegetation beside a stream. Another may sit inside the cup of a plant where water collects. Some Malagasy frogs use plant-held water, tree holes, or small pools for breeding. A hidden frog does not need a large territory. It may need only a very specific wet place that remains suitable long enough for eggs or tadpoles to develop. When the whole life of a creature depends on a few square meters of the right conditions, finding it becomes a matter of very close attention. And frogs are not always easy to distinguish even when found. A field biologist may gently collect an animal, photograph it, measure it, record where it was found, and note its colour, size and behaviour. But the real answer may not come until later, after comparing the frog with museum specimens, published descriptions, call recordings and DNA. A frog in the hand can raise questions instead of answering them. Is it a known species showing local variation? Is it a young individual of something already described? Is it a member of a species complex? Is it one of several similar forms that need revision? Taxonomy can be slow because nature does not organise itself for human convenience, which is inconsiderate but understandable. This is why frogs are so useful for understanding hidden biodiversity. They are not only hidden by place, they are hidden by similarity. A group of frogs may look like one species until their calls and genes reveal several. A valley may contain a lineage found nowhere else. A mountain stream may hold frogs that have adapted to its exact soundscape. Different populations may live close together geographically, but separate themselves by elevation, microhabitat, and call. The University of Copenhagen report on the 7 Buffy species specifically notes that the frogs often live near each other, but at different altitudes and in different microhabitats, making them especially vulnerable to environmental and climate change. That is a very small arrangement with very large consequences. If a frog lives only at a certain elevation near a certain kind of stream, it cannot simply move wherever it likes when conditions change. Moving uphill may help for a while if temperatures rise, but mountains have tops. Moving sideways may not work if the forest is fragmented. Moving downhill may mean warmer, drier or more disturbed habitat. For a creature only a few centimetres long, the world is full of barriers that do not look like barriers to us. A fallen open patch can be a barrier. A dry slope can be a barrier. A road can be a barrier. A cleared field can be a barrier. A stream that seems small to a person may separate populations. A change in rainfall can shift breeding success. A little frog does not need a wall to be trapped. It only needs the wrong conditions between one suitable place and another. This is where discovery and conservation meet again. New frogs are exciting because they show how much life remains unknown. But they also remind us how fragile that life can be. The Darwin Initiative's work on Mantella kawania found that climate change, disrupted rainfall patterns, more frequent fires, and declining habitat quality are serious threats, with modelling suggesting much of the species' current range could become unsuitable within 30 years. That is not only a story about one frog, it is a warning about the kinds of pressures that can affect other narrow-range amphibians before anyone has even named them. For a sleep-friendly journey, that may sound a little heavy, and it is. But it belongs here because the mystery of undiscovered creatures is not separate from the risk of losing them. In Madagascar, some frogs may vanish before science describes them. A call that has never been recorded may stop because the forest edge dried out. A population in a remote stream may be gone before anyone compares its DNA. A species may remain unknown not because it was too well hidden, but because the place that held it changed too quickly. Still, there is also hope in the work itself. Field surveys can find new populations. Local researchers and conservation groups can monitor known sites. Captive breeding programs can provide safety nets for some critically threatened species. Habitat protection can preserve not only the named animals, but the unnamed ones too. In the Darwin Initiative project, researchers used visual surveys, listened for male frog calls, studied habitat, modelled future climate suitability, and looked for possible overlooked populations in other suitable sites. That combination of listening, mapping, fieldwork, and local expertise is exactly the kind of work that turns hidden life into known life. A nighttime frog survey has a rhythm of its own, though not the kind that needs to be said too grandly. It begins with practical things: batteries checked, bags packed, headlamps working, recorder ready, boots on. Someone remembers that the path is slippery. Someone else remembers too late. Then the forest takes over. The team moves slowly. Light catches leaves. Small spiders reflect back like tiny points. Water sounds louder as they approach a stream. Then the calls begin to separate. One note from a low shrub, another from higher up, a repeated whistle near the rocks, a dry click from somewhere that seems much closer than it is. The researcher stops. The guide listens. A recording is made. They move toward the sound. The frog stops calling, naturally, because frogs have an excellent sense of dramatic timing. Everyone waits. The stream continues making stream noises, which is not helpful. The frog calls again. The headlamp beam catches a shape on a wet leaf. Small body, thin legs, bright eyes. There it is. Or perhaps not. Perhaps that one is familiar. Perhaps the unknown caller is still nearby, hidden in the vegetation, letting the known frog take all the attention. Even in discovery there can be decoys. This is why field biology often requires repeated visits. One night is not enough. A species may be missed because the weather was wrong, because the call period was brief, because the team did not reach the right microhabitat, or because the animals were present but silent. Surveys over many nights, seasons, and sites build a better picture. They also build humility. The forest keeps reminding people that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, especially when the evidence is a 2-centimetre frog behind a leaf at midnight. Madagascar's frogs also have an unusual beauty that is not always the obvious kind. Some are bright, like mantellas, with colours that can warn predators of toxins. Some are glassy or green. Some are brown, patterned, or nearly invisible against bark and leaves. Some are shaped for streams, others for climbing, others for moving through leaf litter. Their bodies are practical records of where they live. Long limbs, toe pads, skin texture, colour, size, and call all tell part of the story. A frog that clings to leaves near fast water needs different tools from a frog that walks through damp ground. A frog calling over a noisy stream may need a sound that cuts through water noise. A frog living in leaf litter may benefit from being small and dull-coloured. A frog breeding in temporary pools must time its reproduction with rain. These are not random details. They are the ways a body fits into a place. And because Madagascar has so many places, Frogs have become many things. The wet eastern rainforests hold one set of opportunities. Mountain streams hold another. Central highlands, dry forests, marshes, and fragmented habitats create more. Even degraded habitats can hold surprising species, though degradation often increases risk. The Harlequin mantella research found frogs more often on the surface in grassy patches at night, suggesting the species may be more nocturnal than related mantellas, or may have adapted to degraded habitat with less daytime cover. That is the kind of detail that changes how researchers search. A frog expected in one setting may be using another. A species thought to behave one way may reveal a different pattern when observed carefully. This is another way creatures hide, inside our assumptions. If scientists believe a frog is active mostly by day, but it is actually easier to find at night in certain conditions, surveys may miss it. If a species is expected in forest but also uses grassland patches under specific circumstances, the search area may be too narrow. If calls are assumed to belong to a known species, a new one may be overlooked. Nature often hides by not following the first version of our questions. And then there is the role of local people. A community living near a frog's habitat may know when calls begin after the rains, where water collects, which rocky areas stay damp, or which places are difficult to cross. They may know the landscape in ways that maps cannot show. Conservation projects in Madagascar often depend on local knowledge and local participation, because amphibian habitats are not only scientific sites. They are part of human landscapes, with farming, grazing, fire use, water needs, and daily movement. Protecting frogs without understanding people is like trying to protect a song while ignoring the room where it is being sung. The smallness of frogs makes them easy to overlook in planning. A lemur can become a symbol. A frog needs more explanation. A tiny brown frog living beside one stream may not seem urgent to someone looking at land from far away. But that frog may represent a lineage found nowhere else. It may be part of insect control, food webs, nutrient movement, and evolutionary history. It may also be an indicator of water quality and climate stress. Small does not mean simple. Small usually means we have to pay closer attention. That close attention can produce moments that feel almost private. A researcher holding a newly found frog may be looking at an animal that has lived outside formal human knowledge until that night. The frog does not know this, of course. It is not honoured. It is probably irritated. It may be cold, wet, and waiting for the large primate to stop measuring it. But for the human, there is a pause. A living thing has crossed from the hidden part of the world into the named part, not because it changed, but because someone finally noticed it clearly. Even then, there is caution. Scientists do not usually declare a new species on the trail with great confidence and dramatic music. They suspect, they compare, they test. They may say, "This is interesting." They may say, "We need to check the call." They may say, "It looks like one of the known species, but the location is strange." Later, in a lab or museum, the evidence accumulates. If the case is strong, the species is described. The name is published. A tiny frog from a wet place in Madagascar becomes part of the official map of life. But many more remain outside that map. Some are waiting in remote forest fragments. Some are already in collections. Some are calling in streams where the recorder has not yet been placed. Some are part of species complexes that need revision. Some are known to local people but not yet studied formally. Some may live in places where habitat is changing faster than surveys can reach. The hidden frog world of Madagascar is not one mystery. It is hundreds of small mysteries, each with its own sound, body, habitat, and risk. As the night continues, the forest keeps calling. The first loud chorus may quiet down. New calls may begin. Mist may thicken over the stream. A headlamp beam catches water droplets on leaves. Then the orange reflection of eyes, then nothing. A frog moves and vanishes. Another calls from a branch just beyond reach. The researcher records, waits, steps carefully, listens again. Somewhere nearby, a species may already be known. Somewhere else, perhaps only a few meters away, one may still be waiting for its first formal meeting with science. And above those wet leaves, along thin stems and low branches, another kind of small hidden life holds still through the night, not calling, not singing, not giving itself away by sound at all. Madagascar's chameleons use a different strategy. They disappear in plain sight, shaped by colour, size, patience, and some of the strangest bodies an island has ever produced. Madagascar's chameleons use a different strategy from frogs. They do not fill the night with whistles and trills. They do not announce themselves from the edge of a stream. They do not make the forest sound as though a tiny orchestra has been badly hidden in the leaves. Chameleons are quieter than that. Many of them survive by doing almost nothing at all, at least from the outside. They hold still. They grip a twig. They flatten against bark. They let their colour, shape, posture, and patience do the work. And in Madagascar, some of them are so small that the word chameleon suddenly feels too large for the animal. When most people imagine a chameleon, they picture a slow-moving reptile with a curled tail, bulging eyes, a long tongue, and perhaps the ability to change colour like a tiny reptilian mood lamp. That image is not entirely wrong, but it is incomplete. Madagascar has many chameleons, and some are large, colourful, and easy enough to admire in photographs. Others are small forest specialists. Then there are the leaf chameleons of the genus Brookesia, which take the chameleon idea and quietly shrink it until it looks almost impossible. Some Brookesia species are among the smallest reptiles ever described, and they are found only in Madagascar. The nano-chameleon, Brookesia nana, described in 2021, was reported with an adult male body length of just 13.5mm from snout to vent, and 22mm including the tail. That is not much bigger than a sunflower seed with ambition. A creature that's small changes the whole scale of discovery. If a large chameleon is a visible animal on a branch, a tiny Brookesia can be part of the leaf litter itself. It may look like a fragment of dead leaf, a speck of bark, a little brown fold in the forest floor. During the day, it can move slowly through damp leaves and low vegetation. At night, some individuals climb a few centimetres above the ground to sleep on thin stems or low leaves, which can make them slightly easier to spot with a headlamp. Easier, in this case, does not mean easy. It means the animal has upgraded from almost impossible to only very difficult. This is one of the reasons Madagascar still hides life. Size matters. Human beings are tuned to notice animals on a certain scale. A lemur moving through branches catches our attention. A bird crossing a gap in the canopy catches our attention. A snake on a trail certainly catches attention, sometimes more attention than anyone intended. But a reptile smaller than a fingernail, brown, still, and resting near the forest floor can exist inches from a boot without being noticed. If you are that tiny, the world is full of cover. A curled leaf is a shelter. A twig is a perch. A patch of moss is a landscape. A person's footprint is not just a footprint. It is a local geological event. Brookesia chameleons are often called leaf chameleons, and that name is not decorative. Many live close to the ground in leaf litter and low vegetation. Their bodies are not built for the showier life of the larger, more familiar chameleons that climb higher and display brighter colours. Leaf chameleons tend to be small, low, quiet and camouflaged. Some have rough body shapes, little ridges, muted browns and greys, and outlines that help them blend into the messy texture of the forest floor. They do not need to look like one perfect leaf. They need to look like part of a general leafy situation, which is much easier if the whole ground is made of damp brown shapes. The tiny size of these chameleons also raises a serious scientific question. How small can a reptile become and still function? A vertebrate body has parts that cannot shrink indefinitely without causing problems. There must be a brain, eyes, bones, muscles, digestive organs, reproductive organs, and all the small systems that keep the animal alive. In the case of Bruxia nana, researchers noted its extreme miniaturization and discussed how its body size pushes the limits for an amniot vertebrate, the group that includes reptiles, birds and mammals. This is not just a cute fact, it is a biological puzzle. The animal is not a toy version of a chameleon, it is a complete living reptile operating at the edge of what seems physically possible, and because it is so small, the normal rules of observation begin to fail. A field researcher searching for a tiny chameleon is not scanning for a bold outline against the sky. They are inspecting low plants, leaves, stems, and the forest floor with a kind of careful attention that would look very odd in a supermarket, but is perfectly reasonable in Madagascar. At night, a headlamp may catch the pale underside or the slight shape of a sleeping chameleon on a low stem. During the day, finding one can require looking through leaf litter slowly, almost leaf by leaf. It is not glamorous work in the usual sense. It is humid, slow, and very likely to involve kneeling. Kneeling is an underrated part of discovery. Many hidden animals are not found by looking out across a grand landscape. They are found by lowering the body, bringing the eyes closer to the ground, and accepting that the important thing might be smaller than the fingernail you're using to move a leaf aside. This is a useful correction to the human ego. We like big views. We like mountain overlooks. We like wide forest panoramas. But a great deal of biodiversity is not arranged for panoramic viewing. It is underfoot, or nearly underfoot, and it has no interest in being scenic. Bruxia micra, another famous miniature chameleon from northern Madagascar, was described in 2012 along with other tiny Bruxia species. The researchers reported that these new species appeared to be restricted to single, mostly karstic localities in extreme northern Madagascar, meaning they were tied to very specific places rather than spread across broad areas. This is where small size and small range come together. A tiny animal is hard to see. A tiny animal that also lives in one limited locality is even harder to find. It is not enough to visit Madagascar. It is not enough to visit a forest. You may have to visit the right forest, the right rock formation, the right patch of low vegetation, and then look at the right stem at the right time of night. That is how a creature can remain unknown in a world full of maps. Maps show land, roads, towns, rivers, protected areas, elevation, and sometimes forest cover. They do not show every sleeping chameleon. They do not show which branch a male Bruxia used last night, or which damp patch of leaf litter holds enough tiny prey, or which slope has the right temperature for a species that may not tolerate conditions a short distance away. To a miniature chameleon, a landscape is not broad and open. It is full of barriers. A dry gap can be a barrier. A cleared field can be a barrier. A road can be a barrier. A sunny opening can be a barrier. What looks to us like a short walk may be, for the chameleon, a dangerous crossing through unsuitable space. This is why microendemism matters. A microendemic species is found only in a very small area. Many Bruxia species are known for this pattern, with small ranges and specialised habitats. A conservation biology study on Bruxia micra noted that leaf chameleons display strong patterns of microendemism and miniaturization, with many species considered threatened because of small ranges, habitat needs, and vulnerability to disturbance. The word microendemic may sound technical, but the meaning is simple and rather serious. It means there may be no backup forest, no second island, no large hidden population waiting comfortably somewhere else. If the one known place changes, the species may be in immediate trouble. For the sleep listener, it may be calming to imagine a tiny chameleon sleeping on a stem, and it is a strangely gentle image. A little reptile, still and balanced low above the leaf litter, folded into the night. But that calm picture sits beside a less comfortable one. If a species lives in only a small patch of habitat, the margin for error is narrow. Fire, logging, forest clearing, invasive species, climate change, mining, or simple disturbance can have an outsized effect. A large animal with a wide range may shift, at least for a while. A tiny local chameleon cannot easily pack a suitcase and relocate to a better neighbourhood, though one imagines the suitcase would also be very small. One of the curious things about miniature chameleons is that they are chameleons, but not always in the way people expect. Popular culture treats chameleons as colour-changing masters of disguise, switching from green to red to blue, as if trying to choose curtains. In reality, chameleon colour change is more complicated and often relates to communication, temperature, stress, and light, not simply matching any background like a reptile version of wallpaper. Many Brookesia species rely more on their natural dull coloration and body shape than on dramatic colour changes. Their camouflage is not theatrical, it is practical. It says, "I am not here, I am part of the floor, please continue with your evening." That kind of camouflage works because the forest floor is visually noisy. It is made of dead leaves, broken twigs, seeds, bark pieces, soil, roots, fungi, and bits of plants at every stage of decay. A small brown chameleon does not have to be perfect. It only has to be uninteresting. Predators are looking for food, not conducting a careful inventory. A bird, snake, or larger lizard may pass over a Brookesia if its outline is broken and its movement is minimal. Humans are not much better. We may be clever with microscopes and satellites, but we can still fail to see a 2-centimetre animal sitting in a pile of leaves, especially if we're thinking about lunch. Stillness is a powerful defence. Many small animals rely on it. Movement attracts attention. A tiny chameleon that freezes may become nearly invisible. Its eyes may move independently, scanning its surroundings, but the body remains still. The toes grip. The tail may rest close. The whole animal becomes a small irregular shape in a world of irregular shapes. This is a good way to avoid being eaten. It is also a good way to avoid being discovered, which is less useful to taxonomists but entirely understandable from the chameleon's point of view. The eyes themselves are another part of the chameleon story. Chameleons are famous for eyes that can move separately, giving them a wide field of view. This allows them to scan for prey and threats without moving the whole body. Then, when they target an insect, both eyes can focus, and the tongue can shoot forward with astonishing speed. In a miniature chameleon, this system is scaled down, but the principle remains. Imagine being a tiny insect in the leaf litter, minding your own business, only to be noticed by a reptile smaller than a paperclip, with the hunting equipment of a much larger animal. Nature is full of such unfairness. The tongue is one of the more surprising things about chameleons. The body may be slow, but the feeding strike is fast. This contrast is part of their charm. A chameleon can spend long minutes appearing deeply unhurried, then suddenly capture prey with a speed that makes the previous stillness seem like a trick. For a small Brookesia, the prey may be tiny arthropods, small insects, springtails, mites, or other little animals living in the same leaf litter world. In that miniature ecosystem, the chameleon is not a novelty. It is a predator. That is worth remembering. Tiny does not mean harmless in its own scale. To us, a nano-chameleon looks delicate, even vulnerable. To a small insect, it is a serious problem. A leaf litter food web contains predators and prey at many sizes. Ants, spiders, beetles, mites, frogs, geckos, and tiny chameleons all interact in ways we rarely see. The forest floor is not a quiet carpet. It is a busy system, and the smallest chameleons are active participants in it. Their smallness also raises questions about how they evolved. Miniaturization can be linked to island environments, limited resources, ecological niches, and life in leaf litter, though the exact causes differ among species. In the case of Brookesia, Madagascar's isolated habitats and local conditions seem to have allowed repeated evolution of very small forms. The 2012 description of miniature Brookesia species argued that these chameleons rival the smallest reptiles in the world and are often restricted to tiny ranges in northern Madagascar. Again, The story comes back to the same pattern we've seen before: isolation, local habitats, and enough time for species to become highly specific. Specificity is both wonderful and dangerous. It gives us creatures that seem impossible. It also means those creatures may have nowhere else to go. The small forest fragment is not just scenery. It is the condition that makes the animal possible. Remove the fragment and the animal may not survive. Change the moisture, temperature or structure of the leaf litter and its tiny world may stop working. For larger animals, habitat loss can be devastating. For very small micro-endemic animals, it can be almost immediate. And because these animals are difficult to find, we may not know how many there are. A species might be genuinely rare or simply under-detected. A survey may find only a few individuals, but that could mean the population is low, or the method missed many, or the animals were inactive, or the habitat was difficult to search. Counting tiny camouflaged reptiles in leaf litter is not like counting chairs in a room. It is more like counting whispers in a rainstorm. You can do it, but you must be careful about your confidence. There is also the problem of taxonomic delay. A miniature chameleon may be found during fieldwork, but proving that it is a new species takes time. Researchers must compare it with known species, examine morphology, study DNA, document where it lives, and publish the description. Sometimes animals that appear similar are different. Sometimes animals that appear slightly different are variations within one species. Science has to move slowly because names matter. A careless name can create confusion for decades. A careful name can help guide conservation and future research. In 2024, researchers described another miniaturized Bruxia species from a literal forest fragment in eastern Madagascar, showing that new leaf chameleons are still being formally recognized. That matters because littoral forests, the low coastal forests growing on sandy soils near the ocean, are among the habitats under strong pressure. A new species from a forest fragment is not only a discovery, it is also a reminder that small, damaged or overlooked habitats can still hold unique life. A forest does not have to be large to be important. Sometimes a fragment is the last page of a very old story. This is one of Madagascar's recurring lessons. The places that remain may look small, but they may contain entire species. A fragment of forest near a village, a limestone outcrop, a damp slope, a patch of coastal trees, or a low tangle of vegetation can hold animals known nowhere else. If conservation looks only for large dramatic landscapes, it may miss the tiny homes of tiny creatures. The smallness of the animal and the smallness of the habitat can make each other invisible in planning unless someone takes the time to document them. Field researchers searching for Bruxia often use night surveys, because sleeping individuals may perch slightly above the ground, where a headlamp can reveal them. This is one of those methods that seems simple after someone explains it. During the day, a leaf chameleon is a brown shape among brown shapes. At night, sleeping on low vegetation, it may be outlined against leaves or reflect light differently. The animal has not become less camouflaged on purpose. It has simply chosen a resting place that, from a human perspective, is more detectable. This is why methods matter. The same forest can look empty by one survey method and full by another. A researcher may move slowly along a transect, scanning low stems and leaves. One person might search the left side of the path, another the right. Every few steps they stop. The light moves carefully. A raindrop flashes. A spider glows. A curled dead leaf looks suspicious, but is only a curled dead leaf, which is disappointing but common. Then a tiny shape appears on a stem, gripping with little feet, body angled upward, tail tucked close. It is smaller than expected, even if expected was already small. The researcher leans in. There it is, a whole reptile sleeping a few centimetres above the forest floor. The discovery of a tiny chameleon is not a loud moment. It is usually a soft one, a pause, a closer look, a quiet call to the others. Measurements may follow, photographs, location notes, habitat description, perhaps a tissue sample if part of approved scientific work. Then the animal is placed back carefully because it has a night to finish and probably no interest in being famous. The idea of fame is especially odd here. Bruxia nana became widely reported because it might be the smallest known reptile, and that kind of record draws attention. Humans like extremes. Biggest, smallest, oldest, fastest, deepest, most dangerous, most colourful. Records help people care because they give the mind a hook. But the animal itself is not remarkable only because of a record. It is remarkable because it is a functional vertebrate at such a tiny scale, because it exists in a very specific habitat, because its lineage tells a story of Madagascar's evolutionary history, and because its survival may depend on the protection of places most people will never see. There is a danger in treating such animals as curiosities. A tiny chameleon is not a novelty item. It is not a living joke about size. It is part of a system. It has prey, predators, parasites, shelter needs, reproductive behaviour, and a place in the forest floor community. It may also have a very limited future if its habitat is not protected. Wonder is useful when it leads to attention. It is less useful if it stops at amazement and moves on. That is why scientists and conservationists often emphasise habitat, not just species. Protecting Bruxia means protecting leaf litter, low vegetation, moisture, shade, and forest structure. It means protecting the small conditions that make small lives possible. A chameleon smaller than a fingernail still needs a whole forest around it. Not a huge forest by our standards, perhaps, but a complete enough forest in its own scale. Remove the canopy and the ground dries. Remove the leaf litter and prey changes. Open the habitat and temperature shifts. Disturb the soil and the hidden structure of the place is altered. The small animal depends on the large system. This is also why climate change can be so concerning for microendemic reptiles. If temperature and moisture patterns shift, a species with a broad range may track suitable conditions across the landscape. A microendemic species may not have that option. It may already live on a small mountain, a single forest fragment, or an isolated karst formation. If conditions move outside its tolerance, the animal cannot easily follow them. The slow chameleon body is not the problem. The limited habitat is. A person listening at night may find it strange to think that somewhere in Madagascar, a creature smaller than a fingernail could depend on global patterns of land use, carbon emissions, local forest protection, field research funding, and community conservation. Yet that is exactly how the modern natural world works. The smallest lives are tied to the larger systems. A tiny reptile sleeping on a stem is connected to climate, forests, human decisions, scientific names, and the future of an island. And still, for all that seriousness, there remains something quietly delightful about these chameleons. Their tiny feet, their slow movements, their slightly serious faces, the way they seem designed for a world measured in centimetres. The fact that an adult male Bruxia nana can be shorter than many house keys and still be a complete animal with a hunting strategy, reproductive role, and evolutionary history. It is hard not to feel affection for such a creature, even if it would not return the sentiment and would probably prefer that we lower the headlamp. Madagascar's miniature chameleons remind us that the unknown does not always live far away in deep caves or high mountains. Sometimes it lives low, in leaves. Sometimes it is not hidden by distance, but by scale. It exists below the normal range of our attention. We step over it, we look past it. We call the ground empty because we have not learned to see what is there. And once we adjust our eyes to that smaller world, the forest becomes crowded again. The leaf litter that held a tiny chameleon also holds beetles with polished backs, spiders waiting in small hunting spaces, ants moving along chemical roads, geckos pressed against bark, larvae inside wood, and insects that may be known only to a handful of specialists or not known at all. The closer we look, the more Madagascar stops being one island and becomes millions of tiny territories layered over one another, each with its own rules, dangers and quiet residents. The closer we look, the more Madagascar stops being one island and becomes millions of tiny territories layered over one another. A stem is a road, a leaf is a roof, a rotting log is a food source, a shelter, a nursery, and a small apartment block with terrible ventilation. The forest floor, which can look at first like a damp brown carpet, is actually one of the busiest places in the whole rainforest. It is where the trees drop their old leaves, where fungi break down wood, where roots grip the soil, where insects hunt and hide, where geckos wait for night, where beetles shine in the dark soil like small polished tools, and where many creatures live entire lives without ever needing to know that the canopy exists above them. This is a strange shift in scale. From the human path, the forest floor can seem like the place one tries not to slip. It is mud, roots, stones, leaf litter, fallen branches, and the occasional hole that appears under your foot with a confidence that feels personal. But to the animals living there, it is not a surface. It is a full world. It has layers, tunnels, shadows, damp pockets, hunting grounds, and borders. A fallen branch may be a bridge for one creature, a wall for another, and a home for a third. A patch of dead leaves may contain beetles, ants, spiders, mites, larvae, worms, snails, fungi, and the small predators that follow them. When scientists search this lower world, they are not simply looking down. They are entering a different size of reality. The animals are often small, quick, cryptic, nocturnal, or active only in certain weather. Some live under bark, some stay inside rotten wood, some are collected in leaf litter samples and later sorted under microscopes. Some are found with pitfall traps, which are little containers sunk into the ground so wandering insects tumble in, a method that sounds rather rude when described plainly, but has taught science a great deal. Some are found by beating vegetation over a sheet, sifting litter, turning logs, or walking at night with a light and a great deal of patience. Beetles are a good place to begin because beetles are, in many ways, one of nature's strongest arguments against simplicity. There are beetles that run, beetles that burrow, beetles that swim, beetles that feed on fungi, beetles that hunt other insects, beetles that live in dead wood, beetles that visit flowers, beetles with shining wing cases, beetles that look like seeds, beetles that look like bits of bark, and beetles that seem to have been designed by someone with an unlimited supply of small armoured parts. If you were to ask the forest floor what it is doing, beetles would be part of almost every answer. Madagascar's beetle diversity is still being studied, and new species continue to come from places that are not exactly unknown, but still not fully known. In Ranomafana National Park, researchers introduced 26 new species of predaceous ground beetles from an inventory of the park's carabid fauna, and the paper noted that all but 2 were then known only from the type area. That is a useful example because Ranomafana is not some imaginary lost valley beyond maps. It is a famous protected rainforest, and yet, even there, a focused study could bring forward 24 new beetle species from one group. That tells us something important. Hidden creatures do not always need untouched places to remain hidden. They may live in known protected areas, along known trails, in forests visited by researchers, guides, and tourists. They remain hidden because they are small, because their differences require expert study, because they live in specialised microhabitats, or because the number of insect species is simply too large for the number of people trained to describe them. The forest floor is not empty before science arrives. It is crowded before science arrives. Science is the one trying to catch up. A predaceous ground beetle, despite the dramatic name, is not likely to startle anyone unless that person is already interested in beetles. It does not have the public presence of a lemur or the slow charm of a chameleon, but on its own scale, it is a hunter. It moves through the dark spaces of the leaf litter, searching for prey, navigating roots, stones, damp soil, and the chemical traces of other small lives. Its body may be glossy black, brown, metallic or patterned. Its legs may be built for running. Its mandibles may be shaped for seizing prey. It is not merely a small object with a Latin name. It is an active animal in a small predatory world, and that small world is filled with danger. A beetle may hunt, but it is also hunted. Frogs may eat it. Spiders may ambush it. Birds may pick it up. Larger insects may attack it. Ants may overwhelm it. Fungi and parasites may find it. The forest floor is not gentle because it is small. It is full of negotiations, most of them ending badly for something. We tend to soften small creatures in our imagination because they seem delicate to us, but in their own environment they're competitors, predators, scavengers, builders, and survivors. A beetle gleaming under a headlamp may look like a jewel, but it is a working animal, not decoration. Still, the word jewel is hard to avoid in Madagascar. Some insects really do catch the light in ways that make them seem polished. Beetles can shine with metallic greens, blues, bronzes, or deep black surfaces. Their wing cases may reflect light like enamel. A small darkling beetle walking across wet wood can look like a moving bead. A ground beetle under the beam of a lamp can look as if someone dropped a tiny piece of night and it grew legs. That is not poetry in the animal's mind, of course. The beetle is not trying to be beautiful. Its colours and textures may have functions involving camouflage, signalling, structural strength, water management, or other pressures. Beauty is often what humans call a useful body when we are not the ones being chased by it. Other beetles are hidden not because they shine, but because they match the floor too well. Many species are dull, flat, brown, ridged, or textured like the material they live among. They disappear into bark and soil. Some remain under logs or inside decaying wood where a casual walker would never see them. This is one reason forest floor surveys can feel like dismantling a set of Russian dolls made of habitat. A log holds bark. Bark holds tunnels. Tunnels hold larvae. Larvae hold future beetles. The wood holds fungi, and the fungi attract other insects, and the insects attract predators. A piece of dead wood is not dead in the way humans often mean it. It is a slow meal, a shelter, a nursery, and a busy neighbourhood. Madagascar's rainforest floor also contains beetles that do not fit neatly into the dry idea of ground beetle. Some insects use water-filled depressions and temporary pools. In 2019, researchers described 6 new Coppelatini diving beetle species from Madagascar, mainly found in dry, shallow forest floor depressions in eastern and northeastern lowland humid forests. That detail is wonderful in a very practical way. A shallow depression on the forest floor may not look like much. It may look like a wet place where one might rather not put a knee. But for a small aquatic beetle, it can be habitat. Temporary, shallow, overlooked and important. This is how the forest floor keeps complicating itself. It is not only land. It contains little waters. It contains puddles, seepages, temporary pools, water inside leaves, water inside tree holes, and damp depressions where insects, frogs, larvae, and other small creatures live part or all of their lives. A person can step over a shallow puddle without thinking. A beetle lineage may have spent generations adapting to exactly that kind of place. This is a useful reminder that our categories, forest, stream, ground, tree, pond, are often too large. The animals live in smaller categories: wet hollow after rain, rotting log with soft bark, mossy stone beside shaded seep, leaf pile under a certain tree. Those are the real addresses. Geckos bring another kind of hidden life into the same space. Madagascar is famous for leaf-tailed geckos, especially the genus Eurypletus, which includes some of the best camouflaged reptiles on Earth. Some have skin flaps around the body and head, flattened tails and body shapes that help them vanish against tree trunks. During the day, They may rest head down with skin fringes spread against the bark, blending so well that even trained observers can struggle to see them. At night, they move through the understory to hunt invertebrates. A leaf-tailed gecko is a lesson in how much of an animal can become an argument for not being noticed. The tail may resemble a dead leaf. The skin may look like bark, lichen, moss, or rough wood. The outline is broken by fringes and flaps. The body presses flat. The eyes may be patterned in ways that reduce their obviousness. The gecko does not need to change into the tree. It only needs predators and people to accept, for a passing second, that the tree is just tree. A passing second can be enough. These geckos also show how hidden species can be confused with known species for years. Uropleatus garamasso, a large leaf-tailed gecko described from northern Madagascar in 2023, was first suspected to be new back in 2000, but it took years of genetic, morphological and distributional evidence to describe it confidently. Researchers noted that it was very similar to Uropleatus henkeli and had been confused with it, and one distinguishing feature was the tongue tip colour, pink in the new species and blackish in the related one. That is a perfect example of a creature hiding not only on bark but in taxonomy. A gecko can be physically found and still scientifically hidden if it is placed under the wrong name. It can appear in photographs, field notes, perhaps even collections, while its separate identity remains unclear. The animal does not care naturally. It is busy holding still on a trunk and hoping no one with teeth has noticed it. But for conservation, that hidden identity matters. If two species are mistaken for one, their ranges may be misunderstood. One may be rarer than expected. One may be threatened in ways the broader name concealed. There is a gentle absurdity in the fact that a tongue tip can matter so much. A whole species, large by leaf-tailed gecko standards, hidden, for years in part because it resembled a relative, then separated by careful study and details most people would never think to check. The forest is full of such small differences: a scale pattern, a call, a wing vein, a beetle's genital structure, a genetic sequence, a location, a tongue tip. These are not minor to the species. They are the clues by which humans try to understand what evolution has been doing while we were looking elsewhere. At night, the forest floor and lower trunks change again. Geckos that were flat and frozen during the day begin to move. Beetles cross leaves. Spiders adjust their webs or wait without webs. Ants patrol. Crickets call. Moths land on damp bark. Millipedes feed on plant debris and fungi. A headlamp beam turns moisture into bright points. The scene is not loud in the way a frog chorus is loud, but it is busy. Many animals do not need to make sound. They are hunting by smell, touch, sight, vibration, or chemical traces. The night is full of information, just not all of it meant for human ears. A 2023 search expedition in Makira Natural Park shows how much can still be found in the wet undergrowth and forest floor. 16 scientists spent 3 weeks looking for 30 lost species, and the team searched under canopies, on riverbanks, in streams, and in the wet undergrowth of the rainforest floor. They rediscovered 3 target species and found 18 additional species not on the original search list, including arachnids, beetles, and a millipede. That expedition is useful for our story because it shows the forest floor as a place of both rediscovery and surprise. The search was organised around known lost species, but the forest added extras, as forests tend to do when people finally look closely. One of the Makira finds was Spirostreptus sculptus, a large millipede species that had not had a documented scientific sighting since 1897. The expedition's beetle specialist first thought it would be well known because it was so large, but later confirmation showed how long it had been missing from scientific records. That is a wonderful and humbling detail. Even a large invertebrate can go unrecorded for more than a century. It may not have been lost to local people. It may not have been gone from the forest. It was lost to scientific documentation, which is a different kind of lost. This distinction matters. An animal can be unknown to science but known locally. It can be known to one community and absent from global records. It can be present in the forest and absent from databases. When scientists say a species has not been seen since a certain year, they usually mean it has not been documented in scientific records. The animal may have continued living, eating, mating, hiding, and avoiding paperwork the entire time. That should not make the rediscovery less exciting, it should make it more careful. Millipedes, though often overlooked, are important forest floor workers. They feed on decaying plant material, fungi, and organic matter, helping break down the material that falls from the trees. They are part of the process that turns old leaves and wood back into soil. They are not glamorous in the ordinary documentary sense, though a very large millipede has its own slow dignity. Watching one move across the forest floor is like watching a careful piece of machinery made of legs. So many legs, in fact, that the animal seems to have committed fully to the idea and never looked back. The forest floor is full of decomposers. Without them, the rainforest would choke on its own leftovers. Leaves fall constantly. Branches break. Fruit rots. Animals die. Fungi, bacteria, insects, millipedes, worms and other organisms recycle that material. They return nutrients to the soil, support plant growth, and keep the whole system moving. A rainforest is not green only because of sunlight and rain. It is green because death is constantly being processed into future growth, quietly, underfoot, by creatures that rarely appear on posters. This is part of why beetles and other invertebrates matter so much. They are not small decorations around the edges of the real story. They are the machinery of the ecosystem. They pollinate, decompose, prey, scavenge, aerate, parasitize, disperse and feed other animals. Frogs eat insects. Geckos eat invertebrates. Birds eat insects. Lemurs may eat insects or rely on fruits produced by insect-pollinated plants. The large visible animals depend on the small, less visible ones. Take away the ground workers, and the upper forest eventually feels it. Yet invertebrates are still underdescribed compared with larger animals. There are simply too many species and too few taxonomists. A researcher might specialize in one beetle family, one group of flies, one kind of spider, or one set of ants. The forest contains all of them at once. Sorting them is slow. Describing them requires expertise, comparison with existing collections, careful drawings or photographs, and knowledge of old literature. Some groups are so poorly known that finding specimens is only the first step in a long climb. It is not enough to say, here is a beetle. One must ask, which beetle, according to whom, compared with what, from where, and has someone in 1908 already described something similar in a paper with a title longer than a shopping list? This is why there may be many creatures in Madagascar no human has ever recognised as distinct, even if humans have physically encountered them. An insect can sit in a sample, it can be stored in alcohol, it can be pinned in a drawer, it can wait for the right specialist. There are hidden creatures in forests, and there are hidden creatures in museum collections. The field reveals them, the lab confirms them, the museum preserves them, the name makes them easier to discuss. But the living system continues with or without our schedule. The geckos are different from beetles in public appeal, but they share the same hidden logic. They can be micro-endemic. They can look similar to relatives. They can rely on specific forest types. They can be threatened by deforestation and fragmentation. In 2025, researchers described a new micro-endemic gecko from Madagascar's sacred forests, and because its known range is limited and its habitat faces ongoing threats, the authors recommended listing it as critically endangered. The report also noted that much of its known range lies outside Madagascar's protected area network, with conservation measures coming mainly from locally managed reserves. That last detail is important because it reminds us that not all valuable habitats are inside formal protected areas. Some are sacred forests, community reserves, forest fragments, or places protected through local custom and local effort. A gecko may survive because people nearby have preserved a forest for cultural reasons. An insect may persist in a fragment that looks too small to matter on a national map. Conservation is not only about drawing large boundaries, it is also about respecting the small places where species actually live. Sacred forests are especially interesting in this context. In some regions, local traditions have protected patches of forest from clearing or heavy use. These forests may be small, but they can hold species that have disappeared elsewhere. They are not protected because a scientist first arrived with a clipboard and declared them important. They are protected because people already gave them meaning. Later, science may find that this meaning also protected biodiversity. That is not a coincidence to ignore. It is a relationship worth learning from. The forest floor inside such places may hold creatures that cannot cross the open land around them. A gecko in a sacred forest fragment may be isolated from other populations. Beetles may persist where leaf litter remains thick and shaded. Spiders, millipedes, ants, and tiny snails may continue because the microclimate stays humid. A fragment may be small to us, but to a beetle or gecko it may still be a whole world. The danger is that it may also be a world with edges too close together. Edges change forests. When trees are cut around a patch, sunlight and wind enter more easily. The ground can dry, temperature can rise, invasive species may enter, fire risk may increase. The species inside a fragment may not only lose area, they may lose the conditions that made the fragment suitable. A gecko that depends on moist shaded bark may suffer even if some trees remain. A beetle that depends on deep leaf litter may decline if the litter dries or the soil changes. A living jewel still needs the right box, though that is probably not how a beetle would phrase it. Searching the forest floor also means accepting that some discoveries are not visually grand at first. A small brown beetle in a collecting tray may look ordinary. A gecko pressed to bark may look like bark. A tinier spider may require a microscope. A larva may not be identifiable until reared or sequenced. This is where the romance of discovery meets the patience of actual work. There are no trumpets when a specialist notices a difference in a beetle's leg or a gecko's scale count. There is often just a person leaning closer and saying something like, "That's interesting," which in science can be the quiet beginning of a very large amount of work. But the emotional weight is still there. To realise that a small creature has never been formally named is to realise that the world has been more detailed than your idea of it. The beetle is not new because humans found it. The gecko is not new because the paper was published. They are old in their own way, born from generations of survival in one place. Their newness belongs to us. It is our knowledge that is new, not their existence. This can make the forest floor feel almost crowded with unfinished introductions. A beetle under a log may be known, the one beside it may not be. A gecko on a trunk may have a name. Another in a nearby forest fragment may turn out to be different after genetic study. A millipede may be lost in scientific records for a century while continuing to live in rainforest habitat. A diving beetle may use a shallow forest depression that most hikers would step around. The hidden world is not a single door waiting to be opened. It is many small doors, some under leaves, some in bark, some in old collections, some in local memory. For a human walking slowly through Madagascar's forest at night, this lower world can change the whole feeling of being there. At first you may look for the obvious things: a lemur above, a chameleon on a branch, a frog calling from a leaf. Then you begin to notice movement close to the ground, a beetle crossing a root, a spider tucked into a fold of bark, a gecko's outline where the trunk pattern looks just slightly too organised, a millipede moving with steady patience through wet leaves. The forest stops being background. It becomes a set of small events. The more attention you give it, the less empty it becomes. This is perhaps the main lesson of Madagascar's deep forest floor. Hidden life is not rare because the world is empty. Hidden life is common because the world is crowded at scales we do not normally use. We miss it because we are tall, because we move quickly, because we prefer the obvious. because expertise takes time, and because many animals have been shaped by evolution to avoid attention from anything larger than themselves. And now that our eyes have adjusted to the bark, the leaf litter, the insects, the small reptiles, and the living jewels underfoot, the island can pull us toward places even harder to read. The underground spaces, the limestone hollows, the rivers that vanish into rock, the pools and caves where darkness is not just nighttime but the permanent condition of life. And now that our eyes have adjusted to the bark, the leaf litter, the insects, the small reptiles, and the living jewels underfoot, the island can pull us toward places even harder to read. Places where the map begins to lose confidence. Places where rivers disappear into limestone, where water moves under rock, where caves hold cool air and blind animals, and where darkness is not simply the absence of daylight, but the normal condition of life. Madagascar's surface is already complicated enough. Forests, mountains, dry spiny lands, wetlands, beaches, highlands, and river valleys all divide the island into many living rooms. But beneath parts of the island, there is another arrangement. Limestone can be dissolved slowly by water, and over long periods this creates karst landscapes, caves, sinkholes, underground streams, sharp rock formations, hidden pools, and passages that may not be fully mapped. In northern Madagascar, Ankaran Special Reserve is known for this kind of landscape, with singy limestone, canyons, labyrinthian caves, underground rivers, perennial lakes, dry forests, canyon forests, and riparian vegetation all packed into one protected area. Madagascar National Parks lists 17 bat species, 50 reptile species, 15 amphibians, 10 lemur species, and many endemic plants from Ankarana, which gives a useful sense of how much life can gather around rock, water, shade, and forest edges. A cave changes the rules. In the rainforest, the problem is too much cover. Leaves block your view. Animals are small. Sound travels strangely. In caves, the challenge becomes more basic. There is darkness. There is rock. There may be water beneath your feet, above your knees, or somewhere below a drop you would rather not test personally. There may be narrow passages, slippery surfaces, sudden pools, bats overhead, and air that feels older than the trail outside. If the forest floor is a hidden world because it is detailed, caves are hidden because they are physically withheld. They are not part of ordinary human movement. You do not accidentally wander through most cave systems while looking for a pleasant picnic spot, unless your picnic planning has gone very wrong. And because caves are difficult to enter, survey and study, they can shelter creatures that remain poorly known for a long time. A cave animal may live in water no one has sampled. It may move through passages too narrow or dangerous to reach. It may be active in chambers that only connect during certain water levels. It may belong to a population isolated from another by underground barriers that no one has mapped. Even when researchers know a cave exists, they may not know all of the water connections beneath it. The surface map may show a plain, a dry region, or a patch of limestone, while under it water is moving through passages like a second hidden geography. This is where the phrase beneath the map becomes practical. A map can show roads, villages, rivers, hills, and protected boundaries. It may not show the path of groundwater. It may not show an underground pool where fish have lived without daylight for generations. It may not show a sinkhole known to local people but rarely entered. It may not show a cave passage that floods after rain. It may not show that two pools, apparently separate, are connected by a narrow tunnel no human can follow. To the animal living there, the hidden route is home. To us, it is missing information. Madagascar's cave fish are among the clearest examples of this underground secrecy. The genus Typhleotris is a group of Malagasy cave fishes restricted to subterranean waters in limestone regions, especially in the arid southwest. Fishbase describes Typhleotris madagascariensis as blind, pigment-free, and obligately cave-dwelling, restricted to subterranean habitats such as caves, sinkholes, and wells, within the Mahafali Plateau karst and nearby limestone areas. It also notes that the species feeds on crustaceans and insects found in caves and is assessed as endangered. That is a very different life from the forest animals we have been meeting. No leaves, no sunlight through branches, no dawn chorus, no colours needed for display in the ordinary way. In darkness, eyes may become useless, pigment may become unnecessary, movement may slow, senses tuned to vibration, smell, touch, and water disturbance may matter more. A cavefish lives in a world where light has stopped being the main source of information. It is not blind because something has gone wrong. It is blind because over evolutionary time the cost of maintaining eyes may no longer pay for itself in a world where there is nothing to see. To us, a blind cavefish can look ghostly. Pale body, reduced eyes or no visible eyes, slow movement in dark water. It can seem unfinished at first glance, as if nature forgot a few details. But that is not right. A cavefish is not unfinished. It is finished for a different world. It is shaped by conditions most surface animals would find impossible. Scarce food, stable darkness, confined water, limited predators in some systems, but also limited escape routes, strange chemistry, isolation. A cavefish is not a failed surface fish. It is a successful cave animal. And then Madagascar complicates even that idea. Typhleotris mararebe, a cave-dwelling fish from southwestern Madagascar, was described after exploration of a sinkhole called Grotta de Vitan. In an interview, ichthyologist Prasanta Chakrabarti explained that the sinkhole was part of a partially unmapped system of waterways in the southwest, and that the fish was surprising because unlike many pale cave fish, it was darkly pigmented. He also said the fish was very hard to find and that the system was sacred to local people. That detail is wonderful because it interrupts our simple expectations. We might say, cavefish are pale and blind, and then Madagascar quietly places a darker cavefish in a sinkhole and asks whether we are still paying attention. The explanation may involve light-reaching parts of the cave system, making pigmentation useful near the surface where predators could see the fish. But the broader lesson is that subterranean animals are not all the same. Caves are not identical containers of darkness. Some have lighted entrances, some have deep dark zones, some connect to surface water, some are fed by groundwater, some flood, some dry. Some hold organic matter from bats, roots, leaf wash or animals falling in. Each cave can be its own world, and each world can shape its residents differently. This also makes searching harder. A cave system may not present its animals politely at the entrance. In the Guardian account, the researchers swam and snorkeled before the specimen was finally found, and Chakrabarti described the experience as difficult, with concerns about crocodiles, large eels and tarantulas in caves more broadly. Even without the dramatic possibilities, cave field work is not simple. You may need ropes, lights, permits, local guides, diving or snorkeling equipment, water sampling tools, specimen permits, medical supplies, and a very realistic understanding of your own comfort with dark water. A cave is not impressed by enthusiasm, it prefers preparation. The arid south and southwest of Madagascar are especially interesting because surface water can be scarce and seasonal. Freshwater ecoregions of the world describe southern Madagascar as arid, with many streams and rivers dry from May to October, and much of the ecoregion lacking surface water. It also describes karst formations with fissures, subterranean streams, sinkholes, and caverns, and notes that limestone caves north and south of the Anilahi River and in nearby western basins hold endemic blind cavefishes of the genus Typhleotris. That is a striking contrast. On the surface, dry land. Beneath it, water. Not endless water, not easy water, not water arranged for convenience, but hidden freshwater habitats that may hold species found nowhere else. A fish in such a place lives in an island within an island. Madagascar is isolated from continents, The region is isolated by dryness, and the cave water may be isolated again underground. It is isolation layered like a set of boxes, each one smaller than the last. Evolution often becomes very specific inside such boxes. A cave pool may look still, but stillness does not mean emptiness. There may be fish, shrimps, tiny crustaceans, insect larvae, worms, snails, and microbial life. There may be organic matter falling from the cave entrance or washed in by water. There may be bat guano supporting a food web. There may be roots reaching down from plants above, giving small animals shelter or food. A cave ecosystem often depends on energy arriving from outside, because without sunlight there are no green plants making food in the ordinary way. Leaves wash in, animals enter, bats roost. Water carries nutrients. Life makes do with whatever the darkness receives. The idea of making do is important. Cave life is often slow and specialised. Food can be limited. Reproduction may be infrequent. Populations may be small. Movement may be restricted. That makes cave species vulnerable. If water quality changes, if a cave is polluted, if groundwater is drawn down, if tourism disturbs habitat, if guano is collected heavily, if introduced species arrive, or if the entrance is damaged, the species inside may have nowhere else to go. A river fish may move upstream or downstream if the channel remains connected. A cave fish in a small underground system may not have many options. Its entire world may be one network of water beneath a few square kilometres of land. And yet, even knowing this, many cave systems remain understudied. Freshwater ecoregions of the world notes that taxonomic exploration in southern Madagascar is poor, and that there has not been a comprehensive ichthyological survey of the drainages in southern Madagascar. That means the gaps are not only romantic guesses, they are recognised gaps in knowledge. The animals may be hard to find because the region is dry, remote, logistically difficult, or assumed to have few native fish. But assumptions can hide life. If researchers expect little, they may look less. If they look less, the list stays short. If the list stays short, the region continues to seem poor. It is a tidy loop, and nature is often waiting just outside it. Modern tools can help, though they do not solve everything. Environmental DNA or eDNA is one of the most useful. Animals shed genetic material into water through skin, mucus, waste, and other traces. Scientists can collect water samples and test for DNA to detect species without catching or seeing them directly. In a 2024 scientific report study of the Amboaboa River Basin, researchers combined eDNA with traditional fishing to survey threatened and endemic Malagasy freshwater fishes. They emphasise that eDNA can help detect rare, elusive or cryptic species, though the study also showed that eDNA alone may miss or fail to identify some critically endangered species without good reference databases and traditional surveys. That is very useful for our story because it shows both the promise and the limitation of searching beneath the map. Water can carry clues from animals that remain unseen. A fish does not have to be caught to leave a genetic trace. A river can become a kind of moving notebook, carrying fragments of its residents downstream, but if the reference database is incomplete, or if the DNA markers do not distinguish local species well, the result may be unclear. The water may say, something is here, but not exactly who. Like hearing movement in the next room and knowing someone is making tea, but not knowing whether they are a guest, a relative, or a lemur who has learned too much. Traditional methods still matter. Nets, traps, visual surveys, interviews with local fishers, habitat observations, museum comparisons, and careful field sampling all remain important. The 2024 Amboaboa study found that combining methods gave a better picture, and it recorded several critically endangered species, including Rheocles dahami, which had not been recorded since 2013 and had been missed in several later surveys. The same study also found genetic differences suggesting the possibility of distinct species in some fish groups, though formal descriptions were outside the scope of that paper. There is that pattern again, a species unseen for years, a river basin holding more than expected, genetic hints of possible hidden diversity, traditional knowledge and modern tools needing each other. Madagascar keeps turning the same lesson in different hands. Looking once is not enough. Rivers hide creatures differently from caves. They are visible on the surface, but their life can still be concealed by movement, depth, sediment, vegetation, turbidity, season, and local access. A river in the wet season may be broad, brown, fast, and difficult to sample. In the dry season, it may shrink into pools or separate channels. Fish may move with floods, hide under banks, occupy side pools, or become trapped in places that are not obvious from a bridge. Some species may live only in one basin. Others may be confused with relatives until genetics reveals differences. Small fish can be as cryptic in water as small frogs are in leaves. Madagascar's freshwater fish are also in serious trouble. The Amboa study summarises that, of previously recorded Malagasy freshwater fishes, 79 are endemic, and 50 of those are classified as threatened. It also identifies major pressures including deforestation, leading to sedimentation of breeding grounds, changes in water flow and purity, nutrient changes, invasive species, excessive fishing, and loss of forest cover. Those threats are not separate from the hidden species question. When water becomes muddy from erosion, breeding grounds can be buried. When forests are cleared, streams heat up and flow patterns change. When invasive fish enter, they may eat, compete with, or displace native species. A hidden fish does not need to be discovered only by science. It also needs to survive long enough for discovery to matter. Sedimentation is worth pausing over because it sounds dull, but it can be devastating. When hillsides are cleared, soil washes into streams and rivers. The water turns cloudy. Fine sediment settles over gravel, plants, eggs, and feeding areas. A fish that needs clean gravel to spawn may lose its breeding place. An insect larva that clings to stones may be smothered. A river that once held clear pools and varied habitats can become simpler and less suitable. Mud may look harmless because it is natural material, but in the wrong amount at the wrong time in the wrong place, it can erase the small structures aquatic animals depend on. Invasive species create another kind of problem. Some introduced. Fish can spread quickly, compete for food, prey on native species, or change habitats. The Amboa survey found invasive alien species along with endemic species, and the authors noted that invasive species can harm native fish through predation and competition. This makes the hidden life of rivers even harder to protect. A rare native fish may already be difficult to detect. If it is also sharing water with introduced competitors or predators, its population can decline quietly, with no dramatic sign visible from the bank. Caves can be affected by the surface too. Groundwater is not sealed away from human activity. Pollution can enter through sinkholes, cracks, wells, and surface runoff. Changes in land use above a cave system can change the water below. If forests are cleared or soil is disturbed, sediment and nutrients may enter underground water. If people draw groundwater heavily, pools may shrink. If a cave becomes a tourist site without careful management, lights, foot traffic, waste, noise, and physical disturbance can affect animals that evolved in stable darkness and quiet. The underground world may feel separate, but it is connected to what happens above it. This connection is one reason local communities matter so much. A sinkhole may be sacred. A cave may be known to villagers long before scientists arrive. A river may be a fishing place, a water source, a boundary, a route, or part of local stories. Scientific maps and local maps are not always the same. The official map may show a blank patch of limestone. The local map may include names, warnings, histories, useful plants, fishing pools, dangerous holes, and places people avoid. When researchers work with local people, they do not simply gain directions. They enter a landscape that already has meaning, that can also protect species. If a cave is sacred, it may have been spared from disturbance for reasons that began outside modern conservation. If a forest patch around a spring is culturally protected, it may preserve water quality and habitat. If fishers know that a certain pool holds rare fish, their observations can guide surveys. Conservation works better when it does not treat local knowledge as decoration. In Madagascar, as in many places, people living near hidden habitats often know what outsiders do not. There is a quiet difference between a cave animal and a forest animal in how it is encountered. In the forest, the animal may flee, call, hide, or watch. In cave water, a fish may approach a disturbance because it has not learned to fear the same visual threats. Chakrabarti described cave fish as sometimes moving slowly toward people because they are not used to predators. That image is both beautiful and a little sad. A creature from darkness moving toward a light or ripple, not knowing the story it is entering. For a scientist, it is a rare encounter. For the fish, it is perhaps simply a disturbance in water. The meaning belongs to the observer. And then, there are the creatures no one is looking for as carefully. Tiny crustaceans, cave shrimps, aquatic insects, snails, worms, microbes, spiders near entrances, bats overhead. In many cave systems around the world, the largest known animals attract attention first, but the smaller species can be equally unusual and far less studied. Madagascar's caves may hold invertebrates that are difficult to identify, restricted to single systems, and overlooked because fewer specialists are available. A cavefish may become the headline. A tiny crustacean living in the same water may remain unnamed for years. This is not a failure of curiosity. It is a matter of scale, funding, access, and expertise. There are only so many field teams, only so many taxonomists, only so many safe cave visits, only so many samples that can be processed. The hidden world is bigger than the workforce assigned to understand it. That is true in the forest, and it is even sharper underground. The emotional pull of caves is different too. Rainforests feel full even before we know their details. They rustle and cull. Caves can feel empty at first. Dark water, rock walls, drips, bat wings, a small circle of headlamp light. But emptiness in a cave is deceptive. It may be hiding life that has never experienced day. It may be holding fossils of animals that once lived on the island's surface. It may preserve bones, sediments, and clues to past environments. Flooded caves in Madagascar have even contributed to research on extinct large animals and how landscapes changed after human arrival, and land use shifted, showing that caves can be biological archives as well as habitats. The National Science Foundation summarised work using flooded cave fossils to understand Madagascar's extinct megafauna and human impacts on the island. So caves hide both living creatures and old evidence. A fish in the water tells one story, bones in sediment tell another, a bat colony tells another, the mineral walls tell another. The cave is not just a hole, it is a record. It stores water, animals, minerals, remains, and changes from the surface world. It is a place where time does not stop, but it does move differently, slower in some ways, more protected in others. Rivers, meanwhile, keep moving. They connect habitats, carry nutrients, transport DNA, reshape banks, and respond quickly to rainfall and human disturbance. A river can be a corridor for life or a barrier between populations. It can help species spread or isolate them when waterfalls, dry stretches, or basin divides prevent movement. In Madagascar, where many freshwater species are basin-specific, a river system can be the whole known world for a fish. The Amber-Boa Basin, for example, is treated as a critical habitat because it holds, or has held multiple critically endangered endemic fishes. This makes each basin a kind of watery island. The fish in one drainage may not mix with fish in another. Over time, that separation can produce distinct species or genetically distinct populations. It is the same basic idea as Madagascar itself, but repeated at smaller scale. Island within island, basin within island, cave within basin, pool within cave. The whole subject keeps shrinking and becoming more detailed, as if the island is asking us to adjust our focus again and again. A researcher collecting water for eDNA from a river may stand knee-deep in current, filling sterile bottles, labelling them carefully, trying not to contaminate samples, and thinking about organisms they may never see. Later, in a lab, those bottles may reveal traces of fish, eels, invasive species, perhaps even terrestrial animals whose DNA washed into the water. The river becomes a messenger, but the message may be incomplete if the reference library is incomplete. The Amboa study emphasised that better reference databases are needed for Malagasy fishes, because incomplete databases can limit species-level identification. That is another form of hiddenness. The DNA is present, but the library cannot fully read it. The animal leaves a trace, but the human system for recognising the trace is not finished. We often imagine discovery as a problem of reaching remote places. Sometimes it is also a problem of building the right reference, training the right specialists, preserving museum specimens, sequencing known species, and making sure future signals can be understood. Underwater and underground habitats also make photography harder. The modern world is full of images, and images make animals feel known. A lemur can be filmed, a chameleon can be photographed on a branch, a frog can be shown on a leaf with a scale bar beside it. Cave fish in dark water, tiny crustaceans, fish in turbid rivers, larvae under stones, and animals in flooded passages do not enter public imagination as easily. They are harder to show, so they are harder to care about. Yet they may be among the most threatened and most distinctive creatures on the island. Perhaps that is why this part of Madagascar's hidden life feels especially important. It asks us to care about places most of us will never enter, and animals most of us will never see clearly. A blind fish in a sinkhole. A rare river fish whose presence is confirmed by a water sample. A shrimp in an underground pool. A bat colony in a limestone chamber. A frog calling near a riverbank after rain. A whole system of life beneath the level where a tourist map stops being useful. The darkness does not make these animals less real. The muddy water does not make them less valuable. The lack of photographs does not make them less alive. As we move away from caves and rivers in thought, the island begins to reveal a larger pattern. Madagascar hides creatures because some places are hard to enter, but also because the island keeps creating narrow worlds, caves, basins, forest fragments, mountain slopes, leaf litter patches, stream edges, dry thickets, and isolated pockets of habitat. The question now becomes not only how creatures remain hidden, but why Madagascar keeps producing such strange and specialised life in the first place. Madagascar keeps creating strange life because it has spent a very long time doing three things at once. It has been isolated from the rest of the world, it has been divided into many different habitats, and it has received only certain kinds of animal and plant lineages, leaving those arrivals to spread, specialise, and fill spaces that were open to them. That may sound tidy when said in one sentence, but in reality it is not tidy at all. It is a slow mix of geography, weather, chance, extinction, survival, separation, and the ordinary stubbornness of living things trying to keep going. Nothing sat down at the beginning and planned lemurs, leaf-tailed geckos, tiny chameleons, singing frogs, strange beetles, cave fish, tenrecs, and spiny forests. There was no island design meeting, no committee minutes, and certainly no one saying, "Let's make a primate with a long tapping finger and see how that lands." Life simply arrived where it could, survived where it could, and changed when it had to. The first ingredient was isolation. Madagascar has been separated from other major landmasses for tens of millions of years, and that separation limited the flow of animals and plants between the island and the mainland. WWF describes Madagascar as having developed distinct ecosystems and extraordinary wildlife since its ancient separation, with very high endemism among reptiles, plants and mammals. When a place is isolated for that long, its residents do not keep mixing with outside populations in the same way continental species might. They begin to follow their own paths. Mutations build up, habits shift, bodies change, calls change. A population in one forest becomes slightly different from one in another forest. Given enough time, slight differences can become permanent ones. This is the quiet power of being cut off. It does not make animals strange overnight. It does not turn a normal lizard into a leaf-tailed gecko by Tuesday afternoon, even if Tuesday was very productive. It works through generations. A body shape that helps an animal hide survives more often. A call that carries better through a noisy stream reaches more mates. A small size that works well in leaf litter becomes common in one lineage. A feeding habit that uses an available resource becomes more refined. Over time, the island starts to produce animals that feel unusual to us, not because nature was trying to surprise us, but because nature was solving local problems. Those local problems are different from place to place. Madagascar is not one habitat. It is a set of habitats packed onto one island. The wet eastern rainforests receive moisture from the Indian Ocean. The central highlands have different temperatures and landscapes. The western side has dry deciduous forests. The south holds spiny thickets and arid lands. There are limestone formations, caves, rivers, wetlands, mangroves, mountains, coastal forests and forest fragments. The Convention on Biological Diversity describes Madagascar as a mega-diverse country, with ecosystems including many forest types, savannas, rivers, lakes, wetlands, mangroves, drylands, and reefs. That variety matters because species do not evolve in a general place. They evolve in particular conditions. A frog on a wet mountain slope faces different pressures from a frog in a warmer lowland forest. A chameleon in leaf litter faces different pressures from one living higher in shrubs. A plant in a dry, spiny forest has different problems from a plant in a dripping rainforest valley. When populations become separated across those different settings, evolution can push them in different directions. The island becomes not just one workshop, but many little workshops, all making slightly different versions of life. This is one reason Madagascar has so much microendemism. A microendemic species is restricted to a small area, sometimes a single mountain, forest fragment, watershed, or rock formation. Researchers have described Madagascar as a model region for studying species diversification because it combines long isolation, steep environmental gradients, frequent microendemism, and many evolutionary radiations. In simpler terms, the island gives life many places to get separated, and once separated, populations often change in their own directions. A mountain ridge can separate one group from another. A dry valley can split two patches of wet forest. A river can become a boundary. A limestone formation can hold animals that are not found on nearby soils. A forest fragment can preserve a tiny population that has been cut off from its relatives. To a human with a vehicle, a map, and a snack in the bag, these barriers may not seem enormous. To a frog, a beetle, a small chameleon, or a gecko that depends on shade and moisture, they can be enormous. A sunny gap may be as impossible as a desert. A cleared field may be wider than it looks. A dry slope may be the end of the world. So Madagascar keeps creating strange life, partly because it keeps creating separation. Not just the great separation from Africa and India long ago, but smaller separations within the island itself. Separation is one of evolution's favourite quiet tools. When two populations no longer mix, they can start accumulating differences. Some differences are random, some are shaped by survival, some affect appearance, some affect behaviour, some affect calls, timing, diet, or tolerance for heat and moisture. Eventually those populations may become distinct enough that they are separate species. This is how one lineage can become many. Scientists call this adaptive radiation, when a single ancestral group diversifies into many forms adapted to different ecological roles. Madagascar has several famous examples. Lemurs diversified into many sizes and lifestyles after their ancestors arrived on the island. Vangus, a group of Malagasy birds, show striking diversity in beak shape and feeding ecology, and researchers have treated them as an example of adaptive radiation. Tenrecs too are a wonderful case of a mammal group that spread into many different forms, some looking vaguely like shrews, hedgehogs, or otters, while remaining part of their own Malaysia-y story. Adaptive radiation often happens when opportunity is available. On a continent, many ecological roles may already be occupied by many competing species. On an island, especially an isolated one, certain roles may be empty or only lightly filled. If a lineage arrives and survives, its descendants may spread into those openings. One group may become better at eating fruit, another at hunting insects, another at moving on the ground, another at climbing, another at feeding at night. Given enough time, the descendants can become so different that the original family resemblance becomes hard to see, rather like cousins at a reunion who share a surname but not much else. But the arrivals themselves were rare. Madagascar did not receive every possible animal group. Many lineages never arrived at all. Large-hoofed mammals did not naturally fill the island. Monkeys did not arrive to compete with lemurs. Many mainland predators were absent. The groups that did arrive entered a world with empty spaces, but they arrived by chance. Research on Malagasy mammals has estimated different colonization windows for groups such as lemurs, tenrecs, carnivorans, and rodents, suggesting rare and separate dispersal events rather than one simple land bridge crossing. This is where chance becomes part of the island's personality. Madagascar's life is strange not only because of what arrived, but because of what did not. If monkeys had colonized Madagascar early, lemurs might have had a very different history. If other predators had arrived, some lemur behaviours might have changed, or some lemur lineages might not have survived. If more large herbivores had filled the island, plant communities might look different. Evolution works with what is available. Madagascar's toolkit was unusual, so the results were unusual. Chance does not mean random nonsense. It means the starting material matters. If you give evolution one set of animals and plants, it produces one set of outcomes. Give it a different set, isolated on a varied island for millions of years, and it produces another. Madagascar received a strange deck of cards, then spent a very long time playing them. The ocean helped deal those cards. For many mammals, crossing to Madagascar required rare dispersal events. The idea that ancestral animals may have rafted across from Africa on floating vegetation sounds almost too dramatic, like a bedtime story written by a geologist after a strong cup of coffee. But scientific work has explored how ancient ocean currents and rare, storm-driven events could have made such crossings possible during certain periods. A summary of research on rafting models explains that past ocean currents may have allowed vegetation rafts to cross the Mozambique Channel under unusual conditions, helping explain sporadic mammal colonization. The important word there is sporadic, not constant, not easy. Not a regular ferry service for small mammals with tiny tickets. Rare. A few groups crossed, and most did not. Those few successful crossings shaped millions of years of future life. It is strange to think that the presence of lemurs, tenrecs, and other Malagasy mammals may depend partly on rare ancient accidents. Storms, currents, floating vegetation, survival at sea, and arrival at the right shore. But evolution is full of such accidents. Life is not planned. It is filtered by what happens and what survives afterward. Once a lineage arrived, Madagascar's habitats offered many ways to specialize. Specialization is one of the engines of strangeness. A generalist can survive in many places and use many resources. A specialist becomes very good at one kind of life. A frog becomes tied to a certain stream type. A beetle becomes tied to a certain kind of forest floor. A chameleon becomes tied to low-leaf litter. A plant becomes tied to a soil type. A gecko becomes tied to bark surfaces in a particular forest. This can make the species highly successful in its own small setting, but vulnerable outside it. Specialization produces bodies that look odd to us, because they are not designed for our general idea of an animal. A leaf-tailed gecko looks strange until you see it pressed against bark. Then it makes sense. A tiny Brachysia chameleon seems almost absurd until you place it in leaf litter. Then its small body and dull colour become practical. The eye seems bizarre until you watch it tap wood, listen, gnaw, and fish out larvae with that long finger. Then the body becomes a toolkit. Strange life is often only strange because we are seeing the tool before we understand the job. This is a useful rule for Madagascar. When an animal looks unusual, ask what problem it is solving. The problem may be hiding from predators, finding food at night, reaching insects inside wood, calling over loud water, moving through thin branches, surviving dry seasons, saving energy, living in a cave, breeding in temporary pools, blending into moss. Each solution leaves marks on the body. Madagascar's creatures look strange because the island gave them many specific problems and few outside examples to follow. The climate also keeps shaping life. Madagascar's weather is not uniform. Rainfall varies strongly across the island, and mountains help create sharp contrasts between wet and dry regions. Environmental gradients can drive diversification because populations living under different moisture, temperature, and seasonal conditions face different pressures. The 2022 Science Review of Madagascar's biodiversity links narrow endemism and diversity to adaptive radiation across steep environmental gradients. That means the island's physical layout does not merely hold species, it helps generate them. A species living in a wet eastern rainforest may adapt to constant humidity, shaded streams, and dense vegetation. A related species in a drier western forest may face stronger seasonal changes, water shortages, and different predators. A mountain species may be adapted to cooler temperatures. A lowland species may tolerate heat. If climate shifts over thousands of years, forests may expand, shrink, and fragment, dividing populations and bringing them back together in new ways. Each cycle can leave evolutionary consequences. Researchers have proposed that watersheds and past climate shifts may have helped explain Madagascar's microendemic diversity by isolating populations in different river catchments and habitats. This is a very concrete idea. Water does not only shape rocks, it can shape species. A watershed can guide where forests persist, where animals move, where populations remain separate, and where wet refuges survive during drier times. A frog or insect population in one catchment may follow a different history from another just over a ridge. The ridge may be low. The evolutionary effect may still be large. Madagascar also keeps creating strange life because its ecosystems are layered. We have already moved through canopy, understory, leaf litter, streams, caves and rivers, and each layer offers different opportunities. A creature living in the canopy faces different food, predators, humidity and movement challenges from one on the ground. A creature living inside wood faces different pressures from one living on bark. A cave fish faces different rules from a river fish. These layers multiply the number of possible niches. A niche is not just a place, it is a way of living. What an animal eats, when it is active, where it sleeps, how it avoids predators, where it breeds, how it moves, what temperatures and moisture levels it tolerates, which other species it interacts with, When people say Madagascar has many niches, they do not simply mean it has many pretty habitats. They mean it has many possible jobs for life to perform. Some jobs are large and obvious, some are tiny and specific. Evolution is very good at filling tiny jobs if given time. This is where insects and other invertebrates become especially important. A beetle that feeds on one type of fungus may diversify as forests and fungi differ. A pollinating insect may become tied to certain flowers. A predator may specialize on prey in leaf litter. A cave invertebrate may adapt to permanent darkness. Because invertebrates have short generation times and often small ranges, they can diversify in ways that are difficult to detect without expert study. Many of Madagascar's strangest living experiments may be small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, or even on the head of a pin, which is a phrase that sounds medieval until you actually start looking at insects. Plants add another engine to the island's strangeness. Madagascar is famous not only for animals but for unusual plants: baobabs, orchids, palms, succulents, spiny forest plants, and many others. High plant endemism means animals have evolved around food sources, shelters, and structures that are themselves local. WWF reports that about 89% of Madagascar's plant life exists nowhere else on Earth. If the plants are unusual, the animals depending on them may become unusual too. A moth may follow a flower. A lemur may feed on certain leaves or fruit. A beetle may depend on a particular wood or fungus. A chameleon may depend on the structure of a specific forest type. The island's plant strangeness supports animal strangeness, and strangeness can build upon itself. One specialized plant creates an opportunity for a specialized insect. That insect becomes prey for a specialized frog or gecko. A fruiting tree supports lemurs and birds, which may disperse seeds. A forest structure creates hiding places for reptiles. A stream supports aquatic insects, which support frogs and fish. The island is not simply a collection of odd species sitting next to one another. It is a network of relationships, many of which remain poorly known. When one part changes, other parts may shift too. The creation of strange life also depends on extinction, though this is less comfortable to think about. Not every lineage that arrives survives. Not every experiment continues. Madagascar once had animals that are now gone, including elephant birds, giant lemurs, and other extinct forms. Extinction opens spaces, but it also erases possibilities. The living island is only the current version of a longer changing system. Some forms remained. Some disappeared before science could study them fully. Some may be disappearing now. That means the Madagascar we see today is not a final product. It is a moving moment. Species are still changing. Populations are still separating or shrinking. New forms may be evolving even now, though usually too slowly for a human lifetime to notice. At the same time, human pressure is changing habitats so quickly that evolution may not have time to respond. This is the uncomfortable contrast. The island created its biodiversity slowly, over millions of years, but much of it can be damaged in decades. Still, the process that made Madagascar strange is not finished in a simple sense. Evolution continues wherever life reproduces with variation under local conditions. A frog population in one stream may continue to diverge. A gecko population in one forest fragment may become more isolated. An insect tied to a plant may follow changes in that plant's range. However, for evolution to create future diversity, populations must survive long enough, and habitats must remain connected or stable in the right ways. A destroyed habitat does not become a cradle of new species, it becomes a missing room. This is why conservation is not separate from evolution. Protecting Madagascar's biodiversity is not only about saving existing named species, it is also about preserving the conditions that allow future life to continue unfolding. Forests, rivers, caves, wetlands and drylands are not simply storage boxes for species. They are the settings where evolution has been working. If those settings vanish, the process loses material. a scientific review in Oryx reported that Madagascar's documented land vertebrate fauna rose from 879 species in a 2003 reference to 1,234 in a 2022 reference, with 1,100 of those listed as endemic. It also noted that when breeding birds are excluded, endemism among the remaining land vertebrates rises to 97%. That increase in known species is partly discovery and partly taxonomic revision, but either way it shows how unfinished the inventory remains. The island is not only strange, it is still being counted. That counting can change our view of evolution. Each new species adds a point to the map. Each point shows where a lineage survived, where it changed, and which habitat mattered. Over time, those points reveal patterns. Perhaps one mountain range holds many local species. Perhaps one forest type is especially important. Perhaps one river basin contains hidden fish diversity. Perhaps a group thought to be widespread is actually several local lineages. Discovery does not only add names, it changes the shape of the story. There is a calm lesson here for us as listeners. Strange life is not a mistake. It is not nature being silly, though nature does occasionally seem to enjoy a flourish. Strange life is what happens when organisms solve specific problems in specific places over long periods of time. Madagascar's creatures are not odd because they are random. They are odd because they are precise. The tiny chameleon is precise to leaf litter. The leaf-tailed gecko is precise to bark. The cavefish is precise to darkness and underground water. The frog with a high whistle is precise to noisy streams. The eye is precise to hidden larvae inside wood. The lemur radiation is precise to a primate lineage entering a world without monkeys and finding many ways to live. Once we see that, Madagascar's strangeness becomes less like a collection of curiosities and more like a set of answers. Each creature answers a question asked by its habitat. How do you hide here? How do you feed here? How do you find a mate here? How do you survive the dry season? How do you move through this forest? How do you avoid being eaten? How do you keep going when the world around you changes? Some answers are quiet, some are beautiful, some are extremely small, some look so unlikely that a person encountering them for the first time might reasonably ask whether evolution was working late and got carried away. But the reason Madagascar keeps creating strange life is not one reason. It is the combination: ancient isolation, rare arrivals, missing competitors, open ecological roles, many habitats, mountains, rivers, caves, forests and drylands, steep climate gradients, small barriers that matter greatly to small animals, specialization, microendemism, adaptive radiation, long time, a lot of chance, and countless lives doing ordinary things generation after generation until the result looks extraordinary. As we move forward, that long creative history begins to meet a much faster force: humans. The same island that has spent millions of years making rare and local forms is now losing habitats at a speed those forms may not survive. And so the search for creatures no human has ever seen becomes more than curiosity. It becomes a race, not a loud one with flags and cheering, but a quiet race through forests, caves, rivers, museum drawers, local knowledge, and fading habitats, trying to find and understand species before the places that made them disappear. The strange thing about searching for unknown creatures is that it sounds, at first, like a peaceful kind of adventure. A person walks into a forest with a notebook, listens to the frogs, shines a light along the branches, kneels beside a stream, and perhaps finds something no one has ever named before. There is a softness to that image, and some truth in it. Fieldwork can contain quiet moments. A researcher may stand under dripping leaves, while the forest breathes around them. A guide may pause on a trail, point toward a call in the dark, and say that something interesting is over there. A small animal may appear in the beam of a lamp, not dramatic, not enormous, just alive and unexpected. But in Madagascar today, discovery often comes with a clock running beside it. Not a loud clock, not one with a bell and a stern face, more like a quiet pressure in the background. The forest is changing. Some habitats are shrinking. Some species are already known from only a few places. Some are being described by science at the same time their homes are being cut, burned, dried, fragmented or disturbed. And so, the search for creatures no human has ever seen is no longer only about curiosity. It is also about time, protection, and the uncomfortable possibility that some living things may disappear before anyone writes down their names. That is a heavy thought, but it is part of the truth. Madagascar is still revealing species at a remarkable rate. A review published in Oryx reported that 339 new endemic Malagasy land vertebrate species were described between 2003 and 2022, which shows that even among animals with backbones, the inventory is still changing. It also reported very high levels of endemism among Madagascar's land vertebrates, meaning many are found nowhere else. If that is true for vertebrates, imagine what remains hidden among insects, spiders, soil animals, fungi, freshwater invertebrates, and the many small lives that rarely receive attention unless someone with the right expertise is looking very closely. The problem is that habitats can vanish faster than taxonomy can move. Taxonomy is the science of naming and classifying life, and despite what it may look like from the outside, it is not a matter of glancing at a frog and saying, "That one looks new, let's call it Gerald." It takes field notes, photographs, measurements, comparisons, genetic work, museum research, careful writing, peer review, and often long discussion among specialists. A new species description may take years. A forest can be damaged in a season. This creates a strange and urgent race. On one side, researchers, local guides, conservation workers, museum curators, geneticists, students, and community members are trying to document what lives where. On the other side, deforestation, land conversion, fire, mining, hunting, invasive species, climate change, and poverty-driven pressure are altering the very places where those species live. Science magazine's review of threats to Madagascar's biodiversity identifies deforestation and land use conversion as major conservation challenges, while WWF also lists climate change, deforestation, overfishing, and illegal wildlife trade among the pressures facing the island's life. This does not mean every forest is disappearing tomorrow, or every species is doomed by morning. Nature is not that simple, and neither is conservation. But the risk is real, and it is uneven. Some animals have wider ranges and more flexibility. Others live in one small forest fragment, one river basin, one cave system, one mountain slope, or one patch of coastal forest. For those species, loss does not need to be massive to be final. A small place can hold a whole lineage. A small place can also be lost quietly. We have already met this pattern in the tiny chameleons, the micro-endemic geckos, the hidden frogs, and the cave fish. A species with a tiny range is not just rare in the romantic sense. It is vulnerable in the practical sense. If its habitat is damaged, there may be no second home. A newly described gecko from Madagascar's sacred forest fragments, reported in 2025, was described as micro-endemic to small, isolated forest fragments around the Andringitra Massif. That is exactly the sort of discovery that feels both exciting and worrying. A new species has come into view, but its known world may already be small. The word fragment matters. A forest fragment is not just a smaller forest. It is a forest with more edge, more exposure to wind, more light entering from the sides, more drying, more chance of fire, more contact with people, livestock, crops, invasive species, and disturbed ground. A creature living inside a fragment may still have trees, leaves, and shade, but the conditions are not always the same as in a larger continuous forest. For a lemur, a fragment may mean fewer roots, fewer feeding trees, and more isolation. For a frog, it may mean a stream becoming warmer or drier. For a beetle, it may mean leaf litter changing. For a gecko, it may mean bark, moisture, and prey shifting in ways that are hard to see from a satellite image. And yet, fragments can also be refuges. Some survive because local people protect them, because they are sacred, because they are difficult to farm, because they fall inside protected areas, or simply because they have not yet been cleared. These small forests can hold species that have vanished elsewhere. They are easy to overlook on a map, but to a micro-endemic animal, they are not small. They are the whole world. This is where the race becomes complicated. Conservation is not just about sending scientists into forests to find animals. It is about understanding land, people, poverty, history, agriculture, fuel needs, governance, and local priorities. Madagascar is one of the poorest countries in the world, and many people depend directly on land and natural resources to survive. It is easy, from far away, to say, protect the forest. It is much harder to build a system where people living near the forest have enough food, income, fuel, and security that protection becomes possible and fair. A forest cannot be saved for long if the people beside it are asked to carry all the sacrifice. If a family needs farmland, firewood, charcoal, or income, conservation cannot simply point at a lemur and expect hunger to become less urgent. That does not make habitat loss harmless. It makes the solution harder and more human. The animals need forests. The people need futures. Real conservation has to hold both truths at the same time, without pretending one cancels the other. This is especially clear with lemurs. They are among the most beloved animals on the island, and also among the most threatened. IUCN reported in 2025 that 98% of lemur species face extinction risk, with more than 30% listed as critically endangered. Numbers like that can feel almost too large to absorb. They can become statistics that drift past us, but each number represents a living form, an injury calling through a misty forest, a sifaka crossing dry branches, a mouse lemur sleeping in a tree hole, an aye tapping wood in the dark. The threat is not only to a group called lemurs, it is to individual ways of being a primate that exist nowhere else. The same urgency applies to less famous animals, though they often receive far less public attention. A frog can disappear without headlines. A beetle can lose its forest with no documentary crew nearby. A small fish can decline in a muddy river before anyone knows its population was distinct. A cave invertebrate can vanish from groundwater that no one sampled. This is one of the unfairnesses of conservation attention. Large animals, beautiful animals, and animals with expressive faces often gather support more easily. Small brown things have to work harder, which is difficult when one's main strategy is hiding under a leaf. But small hidden species are not optional extras. They are part of how ecosystems work. Insects pollinate plants, recycle nutrients, feed birds, frogs, geckos, and small mammals, and shape the forest floor in countless small ways. Frogs consume insects and serve as food for other animals. Fish connect aquatic food webs. Fungi and soil creatures break down dead matter. If we save only the charismatic animals while ignoring the systems beneath them, we are trying to preserve the picture while removing the frame, the wall, and possibly part of the house. This is why species discovery has become tied to habitat protection. When scientists describe a new frog, chameleon, gecko, fish, beetle, or plant, they are not merely adding a name to a list. They may be showing that a particular place has a unique value. A forest fragment becomes not just forest, but the known home of a species. A stream becomes not just water, but a breeding site. A cave becomes not just a cave, but habitat for a fish found nowhere else. A name can sharpen attention. Of course, unnamed species have value too. A creature does not need a Latin name to deserve existence. But human systems often respond to categories, maps, reports, and legal status. A named species can be assessed for extinction risk. It can be included in conservation planning. It can appear in environmental impact studies. It can become part of a protected area argument. It can be monitored. It can be taught in local schools. It can become visible to decision makers. Naming is not everything, but in the human world it can be the difference between being counted and being missed. There is a quiet sadness in that, and also a practical hope. If species are found in time, their discovery can help protect their habitats. If local communities are involved, discovery can become part of pride, education, and stewardship. A new species does not have to be treated as an outside scientific trophy. It can be recognised as part of a local landscape, part of a community's living inheritance. The best conservation work does not arrive only to take information away. It builds relationships, trains local scientists, supports local livelihoods, and returns knowledge in useful ways. Madagascar's future depends greatly on Malagasy researchers, guides, students, local communities, and conservation leaders. Outsiders may help, but the island is not a backdrop for foreign adventure. It is a home. Its forests, rivers, caves, and species are tied to the lives of people who live there. When a local guide knows a trail, a frog call, a sacred forest boundary, or a seasonal water source, that knowledge is not a footnote. It is often essential. When Malagasy scientists describe new species, monitor habitats, and lead conservation efforts, they are not simply filling gaps in global science. They are shaping the future of their own country's natural heritage. The work itself can be slow and very physical. To find a species before it disappears, someone has to go to the place where it might still live. That may mean long travel on difficult roads, walking through rain, carrying equipment, sleeping in field camps, dealing with insects that have very strong opinions about human skin, and returning night after night when the first survey finds nothing. It may mean checking museum specimens, reading old papers, learning old place names, comparing local reports, and trying to match a historical record to a modern landscape that has changed. Sometimes researchers search for a lost species, an animal not documented in decades. A lost species is not necessarily extinct. It may simply be unrecorded. Perhaps no one has searched the right habitat. Perhaps the species is seasonal. Perhaps it is rare. Perhaps the old location was vague. Perhaps the animal was known to local people all along, but absent from scientific surveys. Rediscovery can be joyful, but it can also reveal how close the species may be to disappearing. Finding something again does not mean it is safe. It means there is still a chance. That chance matters. There are moments in conservation when a species is found just in time to act. A population is located, a breeding site is mapped, a forest fragment is recognized as critical, a community reserve is strengthened. Captive breeding begins for a species that cannot be protected fast enough in the wild. A road plan changes, a mining assessment becomes more careful, a protected area boundary is adjusted. These are not perfect solutions, and they do not always happen, but they are possible only when someone knows the species is there. The opposite is harder to think about. A creature may disappear without ever being recognized. Not because no one cared, but because no one knew. A frog call stops in a forest that was never surveyed. A beetle tied to one plant vanishes when that plant's habitat is cleared. A fish population declines after sediment fills its breeding pools. A tiny chameleon loses the leaf litter conditions it needs. These disappearances are quiet. There is no dramatic last individual standing under a spotlight. Nature usually does not provide such clear scenes. It fades by absence. A call not heard, a trap empty, a stream changed, a forest edge moved inward. This is one reason scientists sometimes speak urgently about baseline data. A baseline is a record of what is present before change continues. Without it, we may not know what has been lost. If no one records which frogs call in a valley, then later silence is harder to interpret. If no one surveys insects in a forest fragment, then its loss erases unknown diversity. If no one samples a river before invasive species spread, then the native community may be understood only after it has been altered. Baselines are not glamorous, but they are memory. They let the future know what the past contained. Technology can help build that memory. Camera traps can record mammals and birds without a person being present all the time. Acoustic recorders can monitor frog calls, bird songs, and other sounds across nights and seasons. Environmental DNA can detect species from water or soil samples. Drones can map forest cover. Satellites can track deforestation. Genetic sequencing can reveal cryptic species. Digital databases can store records and make them accessible. These tools are powerful, and some would have seemed almost magical to earlier naturalists, though earlier naturalists might also have been very impressed by a headlamp that does not immediately fail in rain. But tools do not replace people. A recorder still has to be placed in the right habitat. DNA still has to be matched to reference material. A satellite image still needs local interpretation. A camera trap still needs someone to know where animals move. A specimen still needs an expert. A conservation plan still needs community trust. Technology gives us more eyes and ears, but it does not remove the need for patient fieldwork, careful taxonomy, and human relationships. There is also a problem of expertise. Many hidden species belong to groups that only a few people in the world can identify well. Some beetle groups, fly groups, spiders, freshwater invertebrates, fungi and plants require deep specialist knowledge. A sample can be collected and still wait for years because the right person has not had time to examine it. This is sometimes called the taxonomic impediment, which sounds like a small bureaucratic monster living in a filing cabinet. It means that the rate of discovering and describing species is limited by the number of trained taxonomists, funding, collections, and available time. So the race is not only in the forest, it is also in universities, museums, local research centres, training programs and funding decisions. Every student trained in taxonomy, ecology, genetics, conservation planning, or field methods can increase the island's ability to know and protect its own biodiversity. Every museum collection preserved properly can help future scientists compare old and new records. Every local field station, every community monitoring project, every carefully maintained database becomes part of the effort. And the race is not always against total disappearance. Sometimes it is against forgetting. A species may still exist but become so rare that it slips out of common knowledge. A forest may still stand but lose the animals that made it function. A local name may remain after the creature becomes difficult to find. A museum specimen may be the only confirmed record for decades. Conservation is often a struggle against this kind of thinning, where life remains on paper but becomes harder and harder to meet. Madagascar's protected areas are crucial, but they are not enough by themselves. Species do not always live neatly inside protected boundaries. Some micro-endemic species occur outside formal reserves. Some forests are protected on paper, but face pressure on the ground. Some community-managed areas may be essential, even if they are small. Some species need corridors between fragments. Some aquatic species need whole watersheds protected, not just a patch of forest near one pool. A cavefish may depend on the land above the cave. A riverfish may depend on forests upstream. A lemur may need feeding trees across a seasonal range. This is why conservation has to think in systems. Protect the species, yes, but also the habitat, the water, the roots, the people, the soil, the pollinators, the prey, the trees, and the conditions that allow reproduction. Saving a frog is not only saving the adult frog, it is saving the breeding pool, the rains, the shaded vegetation, the insects it eats, and the absence of pollutants that would harm its eggs. Saving a tiny chameleon is saving leaf litter, shade, humidity, and the small prey community around it. Saving a lemur is saving forest structure, food trees, sleeping sites, group movement, and local tolerance. There is no single rescue button, unfortunately. If there were, someone would have pressed it by now, probably after labelling it very clearly and guarding it from enthusiastic toddlers. The work is detailed because the problem is detailed. Madagascar's biodiversity was built by local conditions, and its protection must also be local, specific, and grounded. Still, this race is not hopeless. New species continue to be described. Lost species are sometimes rediscovered. Communities protect sacred forests and local reserves. Conservation groups support alternative livelihoods. Malagasy scientists and students are expanding knowledge of their own ecosystems. Technology is improving detection. International attention can bring funding and pressure. Every protected fragment, every restored corridor, every avoided fire, every local monitoring effort can keep doors open for species that would otherwise have fewer chances. The goal is not to freeze Madagascar in place. Nature changes. Forests grow and fall. Species move, adapt, decline and recover. The goal is to prevent human-driven change from becoming so fast and severe that the island's slow evolutionary work is cut short. It took millions of years to produce these species. It can take only a few years to destroy a habitat. That mismatch is the heart of the urgency. Imagine a small frog calling from a stream after rain. It may belong to a species already named, or one that will be described in 10 years, or one that no scientist has yet heard. The call travels a short distance through wet air. A recorder might capture it. A guide might recognise that it is unusual. A researcher might follow it and find the animal, or no one might be there that night. The frog will continue anyway, because it is not calling for science. It is calling for another frog. That is the humility built into all of this. The animals are not waiting to be discovered. They are living. Discovery is our event, not theirs. A gecko described in a paper has already spent generations pressed against bark. A cave fish has already moved through dark water. A beetle has already hunted in leaf litter. A lemur has already raised young in a forest that may or may not remain. The work of science is to notice before the chance to notice is gone. As evening settles again over the island in our imagination, the race does not look like a race. It looks like people walking slowly, someone checking a map, someone asking a village elder about a forest path, someone setting an acoustic recorder near a stream, someone sorting tiny insects under a microscope, someone comparing DNA sequences late at night, someone teaching children the name of a local lemur, someone planting trees, someone arguing for a protected area, someone choosing not to burn a patch of forest, someone holding a tiny frog gently, recording its details and returning it to the leaf where it was found. The work is made of small acts because the life is often small too, and as we come nearer to the end of this journey, it becomes clear that Madagascar's hidden creatures are not only symbols of mystery, they are reminders of responsibility. The island still holds animals no human has seen, or no scientist has recognised, or no record has preserved. Some may be waiting in forests, some in caves, some in rivers, some in old museum drawers, some in places known well to local people but not yet understood by global science. The question is whether we can slow ourselves down enough, listen carefully enough, and protect enough of the island's living rooms for those creatures to keep existing, whether or not they ever become famous. And as we come nearer to the end of this journey, it becomes clear that Madagascar's hidden creatures are not only symbols of mystery, they are reminders of responsibility. The island still holds animals no human has seen, or no scientist has recognised, or no record has preserved. Some may be waiting in forests, some in caves, some in rivers, some in old museum drawers, some in places known well to local people but not yet understood by global science. The question is whether we can slow ourselves down enough, listen carefully enough, and protect enough of the island's living rooms for those creatures to keep existing, whether or not they ever become famous. Because beyond the leaves, beyond the first green wall that a person sees from the edge of a trail, there is always more. Not in a vague way, not as a slogan, but in the simple physical sense that a forest is layered. The outside of it is never the whole thing. A person can stand at the edge of a Malagasy rainforest and see trunks, vines, ferns, shadows, and a few moving leaves. That is only the entrance. Behind those leaves are branches. Behind the branches are hollows. Beneath the hollows are roots. Beneath. The roots are soil, tunnels, water, fungi, larvae, and small bodies moving without sound. Above them are lemurs, birds, insects, flowers, fruit and geckos pressed flat against bark. Along the streams are frogs calling from places that look empty until they are not. Inside caves are fish that have never known daylight. In dry forests, chameleons sleep on low stems, smaller than many people expect a reptile could be. The island is not hiding one secret. It is hiding many small practical lives. That is what makes Madagascar so difficult to summarise. If we call it strange, we are right, but the word is too short. If we call it beautiful, we are also right, but that misses the mud, the mosquitoes, the difficult roads, the dry seasons, the flooded paths, the damaged forests, and the quiet work of people trying to protect what remains. If we call it mysterious, we are right again. But mystery can make the island sound distant and decorative, as if its animals are there only to give us a pleasant feeling of wonder before bedtime. They are not. They are living creatures with needs, habits, territories, breeding seasons, predators, food sources, and places where they can survive. A frog is not a riddle for humans. It is a frog. A beetle is not a jewel placed in the forest for us to admire. It is an animal doing beetle work, which is important work, even if the beetle itself would probably not accept applause with much grace. Still, wonder has its place. It helps us look longer. It helps us care before we understand every detail. It helps a tiny chameleon, a hidden gecko, or a cavefish cross the distance between a scientific paper and a human mind. We are more likely to protect what we can imagine clearly, and Madagascar asks us to imagine carefully, not only the large animals in bright daylight, but also the small ones in darkness. Not only the famous lemurs in the canopy, but the nameless insects under bark. Not only the colourful frogs on glossy leaves, but the dull brown frogs that look like mud until they move. Not only the forest shown in documentaries, but the fragments near villages, the sacred groves, the narrow strips along streams, the cave entrances, the seasonal wetlands, and the slopes where one species may live and nowhere else. There is something humbling about that. Most of us live our days at human speed and human scale. We notice rooms, roads, screens, meals, weather, messages, schedules, and whether the kettle is taking longer than it has any right to take. We do not usually notice the scale of an ant trail, the scale of a moss patch, the scale of a frog's breeding pool, or the scale of a chameleon's nightly climb from leaf litter to low branch. But the world contains all of those scales at once. Madagascar makes that fact very difficult to ignore. It is an island that keeps reminding us that life does not have to be large to be complete. A creature smaller than a fingernail still has a body shaped by millions of years. A beetle under a log still belongs to a line of ancestors that survived storms, dry years, predators, and changes in forest. A frog calling beside a stream still has a voice tuned to the noise around it. A cavefish in dark water still has senses suited to a place where sight does not matter. A lemur sleeping in a tree hollow still carries the long history of primates that came to an island and became something found nowhere else. Each of these animals is a full answer to the conditions around it. That may be the most important thing to take from the journey. Madagascar's creatures are not strange because nature was being random. They are strange because they are specific. The island gave them particular places and they became suited to those places. A leaf-tailed gecko makes sense on bark. A tiny brucasia makes sense in leaf litter. A high-whistling frog makes sense beside loud water. A blind cavefish makes sense in a cave. The eye makes sense when you understand hidden insects inside wood. Even the animals that seem most unusual are not jokes, mistakes, or decorations. They are solutions, and there may still be solutions out there that no one has written down. Perhaps a frog in a wet valley that has not been surveyed in the right season. Perhaps a beetle inside a kind of rotting wood no specialist has examined. Perhaps a spider in a cave entrance living between daylight and dark. Perhaps a small fish in a pool connected to an underground stream. Perhaps a gecko in a forest fragment that local people know well, but science has not yet studied closely. Perhaps a plant that flowers briefly and has been mistaken for a relative. Perhaps an insect that depends on that plant. Perhaps a whole set of relationships hidden because no one has looked at the right size in the right place for long enough. This is why the phrase "no human has ever seen" needs a gentle hand. Sometimes it may truly be so. A tiny animal may live in a place no person has entered, or be active only at night in a patch of forest no one has searched. But often the truth is more careful. No scientist has recorded it. No one has recognized it as new. No museum has labelled it correctly. No database contains it. No conservation plan mentions it. Local people may have seen it many times. A guide may know its call. A child may have watched it on a branch after rain. The hidden world is not always hidden from everyone. Sometimes it is hidden from the systems that decide what gets counted. That is an important distinction, because it gives respect where respect is due. Madagascar is not an empty stage waiting for outsiders to discover it. It is a lived-in island, with people, languages, knowledge, history, hardship, skill, and care. The forests are not only scientific sites, they are near homes, fields, paths, burial places, sacred spaces, water sources, and everyday needs. The animals that seem mysterious to viewers far away may be part of local landscapes that people have known for generations. Good science listens to that. Good conservation depends on it. And so, when we imagine future discoveries in Madagascar, we should not imagine only one heroic figure pushing through vines with a dramatic hat and a notebook. We should imagine teams, Malagasy scientists, local guides, students, community leaders, museum specialists, taxonomists, park staff, conservation workers, people who know which paths flood, which forests are sacred, which frogs call after rain, which caves are dangerous, which trees fruit in which season, people working in labs, in field camps and villages, in offices and classrooms, and sometimes in very muddy boots that will never fully recover. Discovery is often quiet teamwork. A local report leads to a survey leads to a specimen or recording. A recording leads to comparison. A comparison leads to a question. A genetic result leads to a revision. A paper leads to a name. A name leads to an assessment. An assessment leads to a conservation plan. A conservation plan, if it is done carefully and with the people who live there, may help keep a habitat standing. That chain is not quick, and it is not always successful, but it is one of the ways hidden life becomes protected life. There is also a kind of kindness in admitting how much we do not know. Human beings have named many species, mapped many places, and built tools that would have seemed impossible not long ago. But Madagascar still shows us that knowledge is incomplete. Not because humans are foolish, though we do have our moments, especially when assembling furniture or ignoring low battery warnings. Knowledge is incomplete because the world is large in detail. Even a small patch of forest contains more relationships than one person can hold in mind. Even a shallow pool may contain a food web. Even a single tree can be a vertical landscape. A fallen log can be a city. A handful of leaf litter can hold lives no one has studied. That incompleteness should not make us feel defeated. It should make us attentive. There is still work to do. There are still species to find, old records to check, habitats to protect, local knowledge to honour, and young scientists to train. There are still forests where a night walk can change a species list. There are still rivers where a water sample can reveal a hidden fish. There are still caves where darkness holds animals adapted to a world without sun. There are still museum drawers where something collected years ago maybe waiting for a specialist to look again and say, wait, this is not what we thought. Perhaps that is one of the gentlest forms of discovery. Looking again. Not rushing past because a thing seems ordinary. Not assuming the small brown animal is already known. Not treating a fragment of forest as unimportant because it is small. Not dismissing a local observation because it does not arrive in formal language. Looking again is a scientific act, but it is also a human one. It says the world may still have more to tell us, and we should not be too proud to listen. If you are listening late at night, maybe already a little drowsy, you can picture one small scene. A forest in Madagascar after rain. Not the whole island. Not the whole history of Gondwana, evolution, taxonomy and conservation. Just one patch of wet forest. Leaves drip. The soil is dark. A stream runs over stones. A frog calls once, then waits. A chameleon grips a low stem, asleep and still. A beetle moves under a curl of bark. A gecko is pressed against a trunk so perfectly that the trunk seems uninterrupted. Somewhere above, a lemur shifts in the branches. Somewhere below, roots hold the ground together. No one in that moment needs to name anything for the forest to be real. And yet, if someone does come carefully, with respect, with permission, with knowledge, and with patience, they may find something important. A new call, a new record, a lost species, a familiar animal in an unexpected place. A sign that a forest fragment still matters, a clue that a river basin is not empty, a reason to protect a cave, a reason to return. That is what still waits beyond the leaves. Not monsters, not fantasy creatures, not proof that the world is secretly arranged for our entertainment. What waits there are real animals and plants, living ordinary lives in extraordinary conditions. Some have names, some do not. Some are known to local people and unknown to global science. Some are known to science but barely understood. Some are rare. Some may be common in places we have not searched. Some may already be in danger. All of them belong to the island's living fabric, whether or not humans have noticed them. And maybe that is enough to change how we think about wild places in general. Madagascar is exceptional, but it is not the only place where life goes unnoticed. There may be hidden species in deep oceans, cloud forests, desert soils, city parks, old trees, cave systems, coral reefs, and even ordinary gardens. The difference is that Madagascar makes the lesson easier to see because so much of its life is local, unusual, and still being described. It is one of the clearest reminders on Earth that the natural world is not finished being known. So, as we come to rest at the edge of this journey, think again of that island off the coast of Africa, surrounded by ocean, shaped by ancient separation, filled with forests, drylands, rivers, caves, mountains, and small places that matter. Think of the animals we have passed gently tonight. Lemurs in mist, frogs calling after rain, chameleons smaller than a fingernail, beetles shining under wet leaves, geckos hiding on bark, cavefish moving through dark water. Some famous, some obscure, some perhaps still waiting outside the reach of science. And think of the people working to find and protect them, often without much attention, often in difficult conditions, often racing against habitat loss, but continuing because the work matters. A species found in time may have a chance. A forest recognised in time may remain standing. A local name, a scientific name, a protected area, a community effort, a school lesson, a field survey, a museum record, a water sample, a single careful observation. All of these can become part of the same effort. If tonight's quiet journey has brought you some calm, or given your thoughts a gentle place to wander, I would be ever so grateful if you liked the video, subscribed, and shared it with someone who might also enjoy drifting through science at a slower pace. It helps this small space continue to explore the living world without rushing it, because some subjects are better approached the way one approaches a sleeping chameleon on a leaf, carefully, softly, and with a little respect for how small and remarkable it is. And before sleep takes you fully, let me ask you, wherever you're listening from tonight, what hidden life might be near you? Not a lemur in the hallway, hopefully. Not a cavefish in the sink, which would raise several plumbing concerns, but perhaps a moth at the window, a beetle in the garden, a spider in a corner, a bird settling into a tree, a patch of moss between stones, a small world continuing quietly beside your own. Madagascar reminds us that the unseen is not always far away. Sometimes it is beyond the leaves, sometimes beneath the bark, sometimes under the water, sometimes in the dark, sometimes waiting not to be invented but simply to be noticed. So rest now, fellow traveller. Let the forests of Madagascar grow quiet in your mind. Let the frogs call more softly. Let the lemurs settle in the branches. Let the tiny chameleons sleep on their stems. Let the caves hold their dark water. Let the beetles move under leaves where no one needs to follow them tonight. The island is still there, keeping many of its secrets, and somewhere, in a place damp or dry, high or low, bright or completely dark, a creature no scientist has named may be living its ordinary life, unaware that to us it is a mystery. Sleep well, wherever you are. The world is still larger, smaller, stranger, and more full of life than we know.